Those vacant families. Ma'am, are those somebody sitting in those?
Where'd he go?
Sorry. Sorry. Sorry.
Is there anyone else that would like to sign up to speak? Okay, all right. Before I call the meeting to order, will you bear with us a minute while Ms. Carter says a prayer for the council? All right, we always do this. We always do this. Ms. Carter?
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we come together this evening as neighbors, hopefully as friends, but more importantly, Father, we're here to do your will. We're here to remember to show mercy, to show compassion, and to show respect and civility to one another. Father God, we can agree to disagree. We can even question you, but when we do that, we do it with respect. We understand, Lord, that sometimes we don't understand your ways, but Father God, we have a responsibility to be able to discern and understand the information that's given to us. Sometimes the road ahead is not easy, sometimes it's hard, but Lord, we ask you to lead us and guide us and ensure that we show the mercy and compassion and respect that you would expect of each and every one of us. In these things we pray. Amen.
Amen. I'll call the meeting order and ask you, if you will, make sure your phones are on vibrate or turned off. And please make sure the aisles and the pathways, the exits are all clear all the way out to the stairwell. Because if anybody has to get out in a hurry, firemen or police or whatever, they need to be able to get out, okay? Let's stand for the pledge, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Next thing we have is approval of the agenda. Do we have a motion to accept the agenda as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Wait a minute, who did the first?
Mr. McHugh.
I asked for, whoever couldn't hear me, I asked for a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Announcements, upcoming events. Thank you, Neil.
Yes, Madam Mayor and Council, we have a number of upcoming events here in the town. First, on March 22nd, we have a Live at the Center and Youth Arts Month's Award on March 22nd. On March 23rd, that is this Saturday, unfortunately, we're going to get some pretty poor weather for the egg hunt, so that's moving from Northwest District Park to the Leland Cultural Arts Center. We'll still have a festivities there, which will include eggs for the kids, some games, and also a visit from the Easter Bunny. So looking to make the best of the bad weather situation we're going to have. Next on the list, we have Camilla Blessing, Susan Pfeiffer, and Chris Shepman. They have a gallery reception at Leland Cultural Arts Center on April 5th. On April 12th, there's a swing dance at the Cultural Arts Center. On the 17th, there's a Leland We Don't Know tour. On April 20th, we have a Leland Earth Day celebration. On April 29th, we have a kayak tour of Eagles Island. All these different events can be found on our website. You can go to townofleland.com and find out more information.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
Mr. Barnes Sutton's also going to tell us a little bit about the upcoming Life Sciences Summit we have.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
So I just want to give you all some background on an upcoming event that we have on April 4th at the Leland Cultural Arts Center, the inaugural Leland Life Science and Medical Technology Summit. And so just to provide some background on that event, in this past April, the town adopted its first 5-year economic development strategic plan that laid out what our strategies will be over the next 5 years to diversify the tax base that's here now, how we can incentivize and encourage new businesses to come here that provide high-paying jobs and different wages that are not available currently in our community. And so the idea was that we identified 6 target industries that would fall within this category of the emerging markets that we believe would generate a high rate of return for the town of Leland and its citizens. 2 of those being life science and medical technology. Other ones were things like IT, aerospace, renewable energy, and the like. And so this event is open all to the public. It's free registration. We have representation from across the state, both being from, say, the North Carolina Biotechnology Center to NC Southeast, to even the folks here at BID that represent Brunswick County with the economic development interests. We'll have a panel that's open to the public to where they can ask Q&A to the state representatives on how we attract businesses to this area. We also have a panel represented from UNCW as well as Brunswick Community College to better understand what we can do to prepare the workforce here to be prepared for those jobs as we attract them to this area. And so again, that's April 4th at the Leland Cultural Arts Center. We have that registration still open on our website, townofleland.com/summit. And so that event is all day from 8 to 2:30 p.m.
Lawrence, did I hear you a couple of months ago when you were speaking saying that one of these companies that's going to be here was working on a cancer pill for curing?
Yes, ma'am. So one of the panelists that we have, the first panel of the day, is actually Cygnus Technologies. They're located in the Waterford commercial area. They were in Southport. They relocated to Leland for a plethora of reasons, but one of the things that they're most excited about is what's called CAR-T research. And so what they believe is that's the next generation of cancer research specific to gene manipulation. And so typically what happens now, the industry standard is you have your chemo and radiation. What they believe is the next step is specific gene manipulation for an individual where they take that out, understand what the cancer is doing to that specific person, introduce the treatment, and then introduce it back to that person. So there are 17 companies who are filed with the FDA to do that study, and all 17 of them are using Cygnus for that study. So,
awesome.
And they're located right here in Leland. So
Wow.
they'll be on that panel and amongst many others who are doing really great work.
Thank you. Thank you for reminding everybody.
Thank you.
Is that it on events? Okay, next we have public comment.
Madam Mayor, Council, if I could have a moment of personal privilege here. So after reflecting on the staff's public forum, I feel like I did not live up to the standard that I set for myself, that I try to maintain, and others may have perceived some brief sharpness in my words negatively. That was not my intention. More importantly, I know the council that each of you have high expectations for me in my role at all times and in all places. I always want to provide the best representation of the council and of the town. So thus I apologize, and I will continue to strive to be the best representative as I can be.
Thank you, Mr. Hollis.
Thank you.
Lou Caro, regarding the honor flight. As you come up, when I call people's names this evening, just so you know, you go to the podium that's in the front center of the dais there.
Hi, my name is Louis Carroll, 8449 North Pine Breeze Lane, Leland. Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, thank you for allowing me to speak on behalf of Honor Flight of Cape Fear area. First of all, I would like to ask for a show of hands of all the veterans here.
Wow, awesome.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you all for your service.
For those who are unaware of Honor Flight, it provides a free flight to Washington, D.C. for veterans of World War II, Korea, and Vietnam. I'm a Vietnam veteran, and as most people know, Vietnam was a very contentious period for the United States, and when we came home, we were sort of forgotten. And Honor Flight gives us the opportunity to, gives people the opportunity to recognize our sacrifices during that period of time. Madam Mayor, I thank you for showing up at the last Honor Flight last year.
It was wonderful.
And I invite everyone here to welcome home the veterans on the flight on Saturday evening, April 20th, around 8:30, 9 o'clock. You can follow the progress of the flight online at honorflightcfa.org. You can also make donations to Honor Flight at that website. It was very moving, the whole trip. to be able to go up to Washington, D.C. and visit the various memorials. The new World War II Memorial, the new Air Force Memorial, the Marine Corps War Memorial. That's the memorial where they raised the flags on Iwo Jima. And of course, the Vietnam Wall. It's still touching.
Yeah.
And therefore, the grace of God, my name is not on that wall.
I'm glad my brother's is not on there too.
Yeah. One of my friends that I served with was actually shot down over Vietnam and spent the last 9 months of the war in Hanoi Hilton in Vietnam. So it's it was moving to spend the time with fellow veterans to go to these memorials. And when I was up there, when I was up there, what impressed me going to World War II
Mr. Caro?
Memorial was high school students.
Mr. Caro, if you could speak into the mic, because there are people out in the foyer that can't hear you either.
Right. It was
They
a
can
bunch
hear
of
you
high
if you
school
speak up.
students thanking us for our service, and that really impressed me. So, thanks again.
Thank you.
If you show up April 20th at ILM to welcome back the next flight, that would be appreciated. Thank you very much for your
Thank
time.
you.
And for those that has not ever been to welcome them home, it is awesome. You know, when Vietnam veterans came home, when they first come home, they were not welcomed home. And we give them a good welcome home when they come through that door. And y'all do a great job setting everything up. Thank y'all. Sabrina? That's it? All right. Next, I need the approval of the consent agenda. Does anyone have any conflict or disclosure they need to make known?
No. No.
Do I have a motion to accept?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. I'll now open public hearing amending Chapter 66-163 area yard and height requirements. Does anyone have a conflict or disclosure they need to make known?
No.
Okay.
Good evening, council. Hope everyone is doing well.
We are.
Item 7.2 here will look familiar. We saw it last month. This is a proposed text amendment to modify the height allowances in our zoning chapter, Chapter 66. As always, some considerations for zoning text amendments. Does the proposed amendment align with and advance our adopted visions and goals? Does the ordinance make sense and is it logical and is it in everyone's best interest? Residents, staff, natural and built environment alike. Well, background here, the applicant is Continental Properties. And at our February meeting, council adopted a modified version of the applicant's submitted proposed text amendment. Now, the modified language there inadvertently reduced some height allowances for commercial structures in the PUD district. So the aim of this item is to switch those back. As always, the town council may approve as written, approve a modified version, deny, or postpone to a later date if more information is needed. Here is that modified text amendment language. It essentially is keeping the 45-foot height allowance that you all agreed with at your last meeting for multifamily uses in the PUD, but it is returning the 55-foot height allowance to commercial areas in the PUD as was currently in the ordinance. Here's a summary of what that text amendment language does. Again, we're keeping multifamily uses in a PUD at 45 foot, and reverting the PUD commercial heights back to 55 foot. as that was not the intention of the modified language last month. The text amendment hits on a couple Leland 2045 strategies by diversifying housing choices, as well as transforming less intense land uses into denser land uses in an effort to protect environmentally sensitive areas. And the way that would work with, say, increasing building height is folks that need to reach a certain density will be able to do so in areas that are not as sensitive, in those upland areas, while protecting those areas that are more sensitive, our wetlands, flood zones, things like that. At their January meeting, Planning Board voted unanimously to recommend council approve the text amendment, finding it consistent with the 2045 strategies we just went over, as well as reasonable and in the public interest, as it aligns with the intent of planned unit developments, provides for greater flexibility in development design, and provides more consistent and predictable development patterns throughout town in all zoning districts. So with that, staff recommends approval and suggests the motion on the screen. More than happy to answer any questions you all might have.
Questions, council?
I just want a point of clarification. We already have buildings that this falls under, correct?
Oh yeah, all of our commercial districts, our multifamily district, and before last month, our commercial uses in the PUD district are all allowed to exceed the 40-foot height limit to 55 feet, so long as you're providing extra setbacks, getting away from those property lines. And in our innovation district, you're allowed to go up to 55 feet with the original, the regular setback.
Yeah, so this isn't some new, let's make it 55 feet. We have buildings currently that,
In a different area.
just in different areas that are 55 feet.
Yeah, we have those 55-foot height allowances in a lot of our zoning districts.
The one that comes to mind to me would be like the Best Western or something. Yeah. I have no idea how
Yeah, I
tall
don't
it
know
is.
if that's all the way up to 55 feet, but
But it's
yeah,
certainly over 40.
certainly over 40, yeah. for sure.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
Is this the one we talked about last month about the overlooking into the parcels of property behind it?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Yeah, so I got a lot of questions on this one earlier today, so just to make sure it's clarified, the original request was to make the multifamily to 55 as well to match. However, that would have created the ability to add an additional story to the multifamily, to apartment buildings. And since this is in the PUD, this is in the neighborhood district, we had concerns that this would increase line of sight and have people, much more easily looking into backyards of existing homes. So we agreed to reduce it to 45 feet because that allowed architectural flexibility. This person wanted to build it to 43, but it does not allow for an additional story. So people won't have that additional line of sight looking into the existing neighborhoods.
And this change also included different setbacks for however many feet up you go.
Right.
You have to increase your setbacks to give you a little bit extra room between that person up on that story, potentially looking into somebody else's
So
backyard.
if the building goes up 5 feet, the setback has to increase 5 feet, so it's even farther away, just to mitigate any concern with that.
Okay, anybody else? Richard, you got anything to say on that? Did anyone sign up on this?
Yes. Yes, Mayor and Council, we had one person sign up, Mike Kincaid. We ask that you come up to the front podium here and state your name and address for the record, and you'll be given 3 minutes to speak. Mike Kincaid. We probably just want to give him a moment in case he's out in the
Is he
foyer.
outside? Yeah.
Well, I talked to him a while ago.
Is he outside? It's Mike.
He's coming?
Ah,
Okay, Mike Kincaid. Mr. Kincaid, when you come up to over here to your right, when you come up to the podium, please state your name and address for the record, and you'll be given 3 minutes to speak. Okay, thank you.
Mike Kincaid,
thank you all for the chance to present my thoughts. Mayor Bozeman, Mayor Pro Tem, fellow councilman. The reason I requested to speak at this is my wife and I moved to Magnolia Greens in 2005. And we've watched the town change quite a bit over those years, as you all can imagine. And I thought this subject had to do with allowing 55-foot buildings. Have since determined it's to correct an error, apparently, in the last meeting. However, I do want to go on record as saying I feel the aesthetics of our town are being negatively affected by allowing the 55-foot building height. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, Ben, correct me if I'm wrong, that 55 feet is including the roof line.
Yeah, it's total building height. Yeah, so the top, tippity top of the structure.
Okay. Okay. Anyone else?
No, ma'am.
That's it? All right. Do we have anyone else that wants to say anything? If we don't, do we have a motion?
Close the public.
Close the public hearing, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, I gotta close the public hearing. Do we have a motion?
Motion to adopt ordinance 24-004, affirming the planning board statements that the amendment is consistent with the town's land use plans and is reasonable and in the public interest.
Second.
All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
I will now open public hearing, amending section 66-162, permitted uses in sections 66-163, area, yard, and height requirements. Does anyone on council have any conflict or disclosure they need to make?
No.
None.
No.
Okay, hi there.
Hey. Good evening, Town Council. My name is Javier Barrera, Planner 1 here at the Town of Leland. Tonight, I'll be presenting item 8.2, which is the proposed text amendment to modify the permitted use table and the area, yard, and height requirements. So some current considerations for this text amendment is, of course, the consistency of the land use plan, such as the Leland 2045. Does this proposed amendment align with the goals and the visions of those adopted plans? Further, does this proposed amendment make sense? Is it logical? And is it in the best interest of the residents, staff, natural built environment? So some backgrounds, the proposed text amendment is supposed to amend section 66-162 and 66-163. Town Council may approve a modified version, deny, or postpone to a later date. The applicant here is the Town of Leland. Text amendment will remove residential uses and all associated accessory uses out of the commercial district and create a new minimum lot size for duplexes, triplexes, and quadruplexes. So here we have a town map. This shows all the current commercial zone districts and O&I. In total, the town has 17,408 acres of land. Roughly 872, or about 5%, is occupied by commercial and O&I land. Here we have our map of all the underutilized lands in those commercial districts. What is considered underutilized? Anything that is used for non-commercial uses. About 105 or 12% of those 872 acres of commercial land is used for non-commercial uses. And give me 1 second. And as you can see, here in the northern part of Leland, that's where most of them are located. So here I created a vicinity map, specifically along Village Road to outline all those underutilized uses. So as you can see, most of the commercial district along Village Road is C1. Majority of those underutilized uses are of residential units. This area is supposed to have a high development potential in accordance to our future land use map. However, this cannot be fully utilized with such uses being permitted in those districts. Commercial districts are supposed to generate revenue and contribute to job creation. Uses would contribute to economic growth. They're supposed to fulfill the intermediate needs of residents and non-residents alike, as well as provide areas for limited industrial use. While residential units do provide facility to the town, they, however, do not contribute to job creation and additional revenue. Therefore, the removal of all residential units, the removal of residential units and their associated uses will align with the intended purpose of those zoning districts, as they will be used to their fullest potential. This will further support the Leland 2045 goal, principle, and sustainable economic growth, as well as our future land use map. So here is our proposed language for our permitted uses. As you can see, we're going to go down the line. So first off, family care homes are no longer going to be permitted in those commercial districts, as well as O&I. Group homes no longer permitted. Something to note here: we're going to allow the use of group homes in the residential districts such as R20, R15, RMH, multifamily, PUD, and R6. As according to the North Carolina General Statute, group homes are defined as a residential use, so therefore they will be permitted to in those districts. Further down the list, boarding house, no longer permitted in those commercial districts. Single family detached, no longer permitted in those districts. Something to note here, specifically the name change, that is just to reflect what is currently in our definitions. So we just struck out dwelling and we had added a detached. Further down the list, accessory apartments detached and attached no longer permitted in those commercial districts. Home occupations no longer permitted in those districts. Duplexes, triplexes, same thing. Here we wanted to go ahead and break up those line items to have their own separate lines. Therefore, triplexes will still be permitted in those same zoning districts as they were on that same line item as duplexes. Manufacturer home class A through C no longer permitted in those commercial districts and O&I. And then lastly, townhomes. This was more of an administrative change. We decided to take that out of miscellaneous and place that in the residential use section of our permitted use table. As you can see, they're still going to be permitted in those districts that they currently are permitted. So we just struck it out of the miscellaneous. So here is our proposed language for the section 66-163, the area, yard, and height requirements. As of right now, there's no defined language that for a minimum lot size for duplexes, triplexes, and quadruplexes. That said, we want to go ahead and strike out the language that shows the minimum lot size for R6 and show that it varies. Further, we wanted to go ahead and include note 7 on the column for multifamily to outline each of those new minimum lot sizes in that note. So here is note 4. Basically, it consists of all the same language as it did prior. We just broke it up into subsections, along with the addition of new language specifying the minimum lot size for triplexes and duplexes, as well as stating that duplexes and triplexes are only allowed on property served by public water and sewer. The new minimum lot size for duplex shall be 9,000 square feet, and the new minimum lot size for triplexes should be 12,000 square feet. Same thing here, note 7, consists of most of the same language. Only thing we did here was just break it down into subsections, along with the new language for those minimum lot sizes. We're going to go down them real quick. So minimum lot size for duplexes for the multifamily district is 7,000 square feet. The new minimum lot size for triplexes is 9,000 square feet. And then the minimum lot size for quadruplexes is 11,000 square feet. So here we have our table that shows the current versus the proposed minimum lot sizes. As of right now, in the multifamily zoning district, the current minimum lot size is 5,000 square feet, specifically for single family units. That said, applying that same minimum lot sizes to these type of housing units such as duplexes, triplexes, and quadruplexes will exceed the maximum units per acre, which is 16 units per acres in the multifamily, and therefore we decide that we should increase that minimum lot size. That way it can balance out evenly in those districts. And then for R6, the current minimum lot size is, current minimum lot size is 6,000 square feet for homes that are served by public water and sewer, and then 15,000 square feet for homes without public water and sewer. Same thing here. If we were to apply those same current minimum lot sizes to these type of housing units, they would exceed the ideal units per acre, which is 7.26 units per acre. So therefore, we decided to increase that maximum, increase that minimum lot size to keep it consistent with the character of the R6. So that's that. It is consistent. The text amendment is consistent too. It's the livable and diverse and connected neighborhoods that accommodates growth, as it promotes growth that is geared towards the vision by promoting housing diversity. And it's also consistent with the theme of a resilient and stable economy, as it by targeting job-created uses by fully utilizing land to its fullest potential. Planning Board action: at their February 27, 2024 meeting, Planning Board voted unanimously to recommend Council approve the text amendment, finding it consistent with the Leland 2045, as well as reasonable in the public's interest. Also, there were some concerns that were raised during that meeting that staff wanted to go ahead and address. First off, homeowners that are going to be affected by this text amendment may request to rezone their property to a residential district. Current residential units and their uses may continue as a legal nonconformity. And then lastly, expansion of any residential use is not allowed, such as residential accessory structures, home occupation, additions, or alterations to any single-family homes. That said, staff recommends Council adopts the ordinance displayed on the screen, finding it consistent with the town's adopted plans and reasonable in the public's interest. Any questions from Town Council?
Council?
So what I'm seeing here on our pad is that we're really not changing the permitted uses. It's just a change in the allowances. There were no changes in the allowances or uses. They weren't added or taken away. Just all you're doing is rearranging the chart, so to speak.
As far as the residential units and the commercial?
Yes.
Correct. So we're just no longer permitted in those districts.
So if I'm a single-family homeowner, and there's nothing I need to do necessarily.
No, yeah, correct. You can still continue as a residential home.
Right, they're not gonna make me go out and do anything. However, if I wanna sell my house, or I want my house to be under the residential, the R6, then I can simply petition to
Request
the
to
town
rezone.
to be rezoned as
Yes, ma'am.
R6.
But this does take any residential use out of a commercial district, correct? So now you can no longer build, say, an apartment building in a commercial zone. You will have to request a rezoning to residential to do that?
Well, first off, apartment buildings, those are only permitted in they're not permitted in those districts. So if you were speaking of like a accessory apartment detached or attached, then yeah, those are no longer permitted. So any extension of those homes are no longer permitted.
So eventually, one day, the commercial areas, the things that are zoned commercial will be all commercial, unless those homeowners continue to pass along their residences and maintain them as residences.
Yeah, correct.
Got any questions? That it? Did anyone sign up, Sabrina?
Yes.
Okay.
Tiffany Knox. And please state your name and address for the record. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Tiffany Knox, and I reside at 423 Strata Street, Wilmington. Good evening, Mayor and members of the Town Board. I'm speaking on behalf of Ralph and Pat Gatlin and Connie Patrick, property owners along Village Road Northeast. However, I believe I may be speaking for a host of silent property owners here tonight. If you came this evening because you or your property are affected by tonight's potential downzoning or taking of your property, will you please raise your hand? At the planning board last month, I had the opportunity to read a letter into the record on behalf of my client, Connie Patrick, which was requested to be into your agenda this evening, and I hope you had a chance to read that. For those of you who weren't at the planning board last month, the approval was a weak one, audibly. While the vote was 4-0, only 66% of the planning board was present for voting. The town tonight has an opportunity to either deny, defer, or ask for more information for this amendment. We are requesting that you defer on this motion. And yes, there are some consistencies with this plan. There are some conflictions. The text amendment is in direct conflict of the following pages of the 2045 plan. Page 30 through 31 conflicts with livable neighborhoods opportunities of 2, 3, 5, and 8. Page 32 conflicts with principal points of 3 and 5, strategies 3 and 7. Page 33 conflicts with strategies use of node types, specifically undermines the strategy based upon rebuilding the Gateway District and creating a node at Village Road. Page 38 and 39 conflicts with an inclusive and supportive community of 1 and 2. And finally, page 59 of the 2045 action plan conflicts with action item H5, which clearly states, evaluate land use regulations in the zoning map during the land development code project. Page 104 and 105 of the social vulnerability index conflicts with supporting lower socioeconomic persons and where they live. You can see this on map 23. This map shows 70% to 100% of everyone living along Village Road Northeast 2-mile stretch cannot readily afford to live anywhere else in Leland. Page 108 and 109 addresses the housing affordability, which conflicts with the goal and objective of affordable housing. The affordable housing options are fundamental to supporting a growing economy, reducing intergenerational poverty, and increasing upward economic mobility. Tonight, we encourage you to deny or defer the text amendment, or simply engage with the property owners and these families. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Well, they ask them either not defer it to next month.
She's asking
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening. I'd like to just respond to those public comments and summarize some things that Mr. Barrera mentioned. First of all, the Gateway District is not subject to this text amendment proposal tonight. That's a specific code that does allow for both commercial and residential development. We heard a lot of opinions about why this may not be consistent, but I don't know that we heard any substantiation as to why that person felt like this is inconsistent with those items mentioned from the plan. I wanted to point out something specifically that was brought up in the budget forum last week, and that was about the tax revenue from commercial projects or non-residential development in the town, and the importance of that in the opinion of the person who made the comment or proposed the issue, that the town does have quite a limited amount of non-residential development. That non-residential development value per acre does exceed the residential development value per acre. So a non-residential development contributes greater per acre to the ad valorem tax value. So in Mr. Barrera's analysis that he presented to you, he presented that there's a swath of underutilized commercial zoning district that will not be able to contribute the highest and best value to the ad valorem tax rate if lower uses are continued to be allowed in these zoning districts.
Okay. Before you go away, Mr. Andrea, the owners of these properties could simply request to rezone, could they not?
That's correct. That's one of two other things to clarify. If someone has a piece of property that's currently zoned commercial that seeks to do residential development, that is an option to come in through a rezoning process and to seek a rezoning that would go to the planning board and to the town council. The other thing I just want to clarify very specifically that if there are homes in a commercial district on a commercially zoned property that is affected by this, those homes can remain. So this doesn't require that those properties be rezoned or that those homes be torn down or anything like that.
Homes will not be demolished, they're
No.
not gonna, we're not talking, God forbid, eminent domain.
That's correct.
They can stay there forever and ever and pass down their property and live there, correct?
That's correct. The idea is that with this text amendment, moving forward, the commercial districts will be used for what they were intended for, and that is for commercial uses and not residential uses. The majority of the town is zoned residential uses. We have a very finite amount of commercial districts. As we're seeing more and more residential development, we need to be able to accommodate the neighborhood goods and services that are coming for the residential development that has happened.
So in fact, saying that the owners are being downzoned isn't necessarily, and I look to my attorney here at the end of the table, that's not necessarily technically correct because they're not being forced to do anything with their property, correct?
Not,
I'm asking.
Downzonings by a governmental entity initiated text amendments governed by North Carolina General Statute 160D-601, and it pertains to decreasing density and reducing permitted uses. So I don't want to give a legal opinion right in this context, but that's the legislative or statutory definition of downzoning. As Mr. Andrea just pointed out, anybody that's out there now is a pre-existing legal non-conforming if this passes. And then if someone wanted to seek a rezoning, they are welcome to do so.
Right, so legal non-conforming means they don't have to do anything.
Correct.
And they can still live the way they've been living.
Yeah.
It's it's pre-existing legal non-conforming means that use pre-exists
Before the amendment took place,
Yes,
before
ma'am.
the change took place, and therefore the person doesn't have to do anything. We're not
Correct.
technically taking anything away from them by
Yes, ma'am.
doing this.
That's correct.
They still get to have their house, they still get to use it the way they've been using it. And if they really wanted to change it back to a residential use, I won't say back to residential, because it's commercial, but if they wanted to change it to a residential use, they could simply request.
Seek rezoning, yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
So how does that affect conveyance? If somebody was going to sell their house, deed it to a relative, I know this eliminates the ability to expand the residential unit, but is there any other issue with conveying?
And not as long as that use continues. Like if someone stopped it.
Right.
And did a commercial enterprise, then that'd be a different analysis.
Right.
But if someone inherited, if an heir inherited that and lived there as a residential property, if it's a residential property now, it's a house, and they continue to use it as a house, then
That's a pre-existing
non-conforming.
legal use, yes.
Okay.
It changes if it changes, if it, 51% of it is damaged or. I'm sorry.
Can we ask a question while something's being discussed?
Hold on a minute. I lost my train of thought now.
51%.
Yeah, 51% is damaged or, like if there's a fire in that residence.
If they had to tear it
Everything
down.
has to go to the new zoning.
Right, if they had to tear it down.
Right.
Or if it was destroyed in a hurricane.
Just like the gas station on
Right.
Village Road, when it burnt down, whoever goes in there now has got to build to the new
To the gateway.
code.
Just to clarify, that's a provision for the Gateway District only.
Oh.
So
Right,
there is an
right.
allowance if a fire or a hurricane happened to someone's home that is legal non-conforming, they can rebuild that home.
Okay.
So
I'm
even
right.
if they had a hurricane or the house was burnt down, As long as they put another house back there,
That's right.
they could still build a house.
That's correct.
So this doesn't necessarily take anything away from the current use or the current landowners.
And as long as that use continues, it can still continue.
Okay.
And there is a clause, if something like that happens, if a house burns down because of a fire, that doesn't count as the discontinuance.
Okay.
Sorry, I was wrong. Joanne, you want to come up to the podium? You got to come up for the record. You name your address, and this is very unusual. I don't normally, if they didn't sign up, they don't normally speak. No, on this one?
Well, not on this one, but this is a question that needs to
Okay, well, come on up.
our community. My name is Joanne Johnston. I live at 147 Fairview Road. We've listened to this, and you're talking about these big complexes, duplexes, triplexes, everything coming into our community, and you talk about Village Road. It's a small community. Y'all are coming in, and you are taking the land that you're buying up, and country people are living there, and you're bringing in big developments. They're going to have problems doing with their property that have lived here all their lives. You're not giving us any room to expand on our stuff. Y'all just taking all the land. Village Road don't need these big high rises. It's causing conflict with traffic, causing wrecks. What is this? You know what I'm saying? This is our little community. And y'all have come in and you have really just sort of destroyed it. You know? I'm not trying to start anything, Brenda. I'm not
I know
trying to
you're
start.
not, honey.
You know where
I
I'm
know you're
coming
not.
from. You're from here.
Yeah, I'm from there.
You're from here. You know, these are country people. And
Could you please speak into the mic, ma'am?
Joanne,
Ma'am.
Joanne,
that's right.
speak into the microphone.
That's right.
Everybody wants to hear.
Okay. I've lived here all my life. Brenda's pretty much also too. And a lot of people in here. Our parents grew here. A lot of them. I've grown up here. I've raised my kids. Y'all are coming in, and you're raising taxes that people in this area can't afford. And if you're building...
Okay, let her finish. Let her finish.
You know, and when people, older people, you know, I've had people at the drugstore that I knew all my life that would be picking up medicine, didn't have the money, and I've paid for it. You expect them to be able to come up with 70% more on taxes when my taxes this year was $5,000. So what's it going to be next year? Brenda, can some of the older people in this area pay that tax?
Brenda,
now, what's his problem?
Huh?
You need to hear back on track.
Well, no,
This is our home. You know where I'm coming from. I'm not trying to be hateful,
I agree with you,
rude,
Joanne.
but it's time some of this mess is said and stopped. You got people coming from town. There's people that's in this area that's in positions, had nothing. Now they've got stuff. You know, it's sort of beginning to sound like Washington, D.C. and New York. People go in with $100 and come out with millions.
Okay.
Now, this is time to stop and look at our little community. This is our home. And if we would have to up and leave, I got a husband and a son buried at the church.
I know.
I can't afford to leave.
I know.
And other people can't. Y'all need to stop and think about it. A lot of this stuff is not going to everything here. We don't need an electric fire truck. We don't need a floating boat. Electric trucks.
Okay, Joanne, one thing you got to remember.
Okay, I know.
Thank you, Joanne.
One thing you got to remember is that we don't buy the property. The sellers of the property, heirs or whatever, is the ones selling the property to these people.
That's true, but you know, there's a lot of people here in this room, and I can point to a bunch of you. Y'all know what's being bought, you know what's being sold, you know what people want. You push them to the point, and you go put a high-rise,
Madam Mayor,
high-rise or condo.
a point of order. We're out of order here,
Well,
please.
I know we are, David. Excuse me.
Thank you, Joanne. She was pretty much finished. Thank you, Joanne. Anyone else got anything to say?
I guess I just want to, again, and Joanne, I appreciate what you had
I have a
to.
point of order. If she could speak, can more people speak?
One more.
Why just one more?
Yeah, because we've got a lot of people waiting.
I'm sorry, she put me up, I'm registered,
I'm registered too, but not for this, but now I'm in it.
Sir, make it quick, okay?
I'm William Kime, 7100 Muskery Way. I'll try not to cry, but I may scream. Sorry. You didn't mention those homes will be devalued horribly, which is another cruel hit.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else have anything to say up here? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing and ask for a motion. If I don't have a motion, it fails.
What's the motion to kick it back for further consideration?
Motion to defer. Motion to defer.
Are you asking,
Defer.
Motion to defer?
are you asking to send it back to the planning board or to postpone to a later council meeting?
I'd like to postpone this to a later council meeting because I want to know.
Come on, guys. Let's be respectful.
I'd like to have more information on what this does to property values before making this decision. I think that was a question that I had. My initial assumption was that being able to keep the nonconformity would allow you to do whatever, but a commercial property would be more valuable than a residential property. I'm not sure that I've got that information, and I want to have that before I make a decision on this.
So you want to make that in the form of a motion to?
Yeah, I want
to next month?
motion to defer to the April council meeting.
A second.
Second.
Direction to staff.
All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. It'll be deferred till next month.
Madam Mayor, is there any direction of staff to do anything new, provide you any additional information?
If we can get some information on the effect on property values for this, I mean, I'm happy to look that up and consult with whoever I can, but if there's anything you are able to find specific examples of where an action like this was taken, you know, that to me that's a grave concern, is making sure that we're not devaluing these folks' property. I was kind of hoping we were going to increase the value of these folks' property, but now I'm thinking that might not be the case.
So, so the research other municipalities who've done similar actions and what has occurred to the value of properties.
What commercial property in the town of Leland versus residential property is selling for, particularly anything comparable in the Gateway District or down Village Road? You know, I just want to make sure that we're not turning a $350,000 house into a $150,000 house by living in it. That's.
Okay. Have you got that?
There's no effort to seek appraisals for personal property here in the town or anything like that?
Just more information.
Just more information.
Okay. So it's deferred till next month. All right. I'm now an open public hearing, amending Chapter 66-162 and 66-254. Does anyone on council have any conflict or disclosure they need to make?
No.
No.
Ben?
Thanks. Bear with us. One more song from the opening band here. This is a text amendment, again, initiated by staff. Seen this a couple times. Some considerations for you with any text amendment. Some background, this text amendment would amend the town's vegetative buffer requirements for development within the town. Town council has indicated a few times about the concern about clear cutting of properties and removal of trees. Upon further research, staff has concluded that the General Assembly has not provided that authority to us to do that. So at this time, we are proposing an option to require more trees to be planted with every new development. So some background on this particular proposal. Staff proposed this as a concept to the planning board back in September. In December, we went back to the planning board with a rough draft of what we wanted to do. Last month, we actually proposed the text amendment, got into the nitty-gritty with them. So when I talk about a buffer, what I'm speaking of is an area in between two land uses. So in this diagram here, we have a commercial use on the right and a residential use on the left. The buffer area is an area that's either remains undisturbed or is replanted with vegetation to provide a separation between those land uses. So it can provide not only a visual screening, but also a physical separation that can benefit both developments. This is an actual buffer from a site plan that was reviewed in the town of Leland. The buffer areas are outlined in the red boxes there. A buffer does not go along the street frontages. So on this particular site, it's on the left of the screen is a street frontage, and along the bottom of the screen is a street frontage. So a buffer is along the interior perimeter lot lines, so not along the street. We do currently have buffer regulations in the town. However, they are limited. So our current requirements for buffers are when a non-residential use is next to a residential use or a residential zoning district, and specifically office and institutional uses, business or commercial uses, and industrial uses or uses in our innovation district, which is out off of Highway 7476, across from the new fire station. In the instances where multifamily or apartments are next to residential zoning, there's a particular buffer that's required. And then we have a sort of a special section called performance multifamily that has its own buffer as well. Other than that, buffers currently aren't required in the town. So in between two residential uses, we currently don't require a buffer. Or between two non-residential uses, we currently don't require a buffer. And that is evident around town. You don't see these types of buffers in between land uses. So this is my attempt at a visual representation of our current buffer requirements here. So I'll just start from the left. I know it's a lot going on. These are supposed to be plants, but this is the best PowerPoint could do for me.
Yeah, it looks like power things.
Yeah, exactly. So on the left, the level 1A, that's the buffer that we currently require between apartments and either a residential use or a residential zoning district. The big green capals are canopy trees, and then the tiny ones are shrubs. So in that instance, we require 4 canopy trees and 12 shrubs. In each of these, it's 100 feet of linear distance. So we can see the width across the top there, but each one of these is 100-foot segments. So then as we move across, level 1 is in the instance where an office and institutional use is next to a residential use. And so in each one of these levels 1, 2, and 3, there are 3 options to suffice any of these requirements. The most left one is if you just install the vegetated area. The one in the middle, you can sort of see is sort of an orange stripe going down one side. That's if you install the vegetation and a fence. And then the brown ones are if you install the vegetation and a berm. So the point with all this is there's a lot of variation in what we require. There's a lot of inconsistency. It's a little hard to administer and for staff and hard to understand for the public. So we want to change this essentially. What we're proposing is to require buffers for virtually all new development. There will be some exceptions that I'll go over in a little bit. And then have those buffers vary in width and the number of plantings based on the intensity of the use that is being developed. I'll try to speak up. I think it just came back. Might go in and out a little bit. So our proposal of how we want to do this is to reorganize our table of permitted uses, which will allow us to create a classification system which will then dictate the type of buffer that goes in with a new development. that would be based on a table, and then finally set new planting requirements.
Wow.
This is a busy slide, but it's an excerpt from our current zoning ordinance. This is our current table of permitted uses. Basically, it's a table that has different rows with different uses and then whether they're allowed or not allowed in each zoning district. What we want to do is reorganize this to add a use classification, a use category, and then just an administrative update to add reference to the supplemental regulations on the right-hand side. So in the change proposed here, we're not proposing any changes to the uses in the table. We're not proposing any changes to how they're regulated. We're just proposing some reorganization and to add some classifications in here. This is a table version of something that was provided in your memo, which is essentially the classification of the different land uses based on intensity. So starting from the left, or the least intense, is class 1, going all the way to class 5, the most intense. The idea here is that the class 1, being the least intense, is going to have to install a minimal buffer, and then a class 5 is going to have to install a buffer of greater width and greater plantings. With a buffer, we want the more intensive land use to buffer against the lesser intensive land use.
Ben,
Yes.
if you could go back to that slide just a minute for the folks that are trying to see something way back. Can you go to the different classes and give an example of what each class is? For instance, Ag Class 1 would be agricultural.
Sure. So class 1, agricultural uses, or cemetery use, or marina residential, which we don't have any currently in the town. But the idea here is that these uses really don't have much impact on the surrounding community.
Right.
Class 2, we're looking at things that are a little bit more impactful, but not too impactful. Single-family neighborhoods, more so residential uses in this class 2. Class 3, we start to get more intense. Some non-residential uses, commercial, office, and institutional type uses. Also some more higher density residential development uses. Class 4, we start getting into a little bit more intense, things like the apartment developments, more institutional uses. Hotel is another good example there. And then class 5, these would be the most intense uses that we currently allow in the town. So some manufacturing and production uses, vehicle sales or sales of equipment, or things like an area that serves for freight movement, for logistics, things like maybe a stockyard for containers or something like that. Again, that's not something we have in the town, but it is something that we permit in certain areas. Is that helpful?
Oh, yeah, help me. I can see it, but
So moving on here, this is the table that we're proposing, which would
we have an agenda we have to follow, and you have the agenda.
Okay, all right. Come on, guys, let him finish.
This is the business of the town.
Let Ben finish. Let Ben finish, please.
a couple more minutes, just bear with me here. This is the table that would dictate the width of the buffer based on the land uses. So the proposed use would be along the rows, and then the adjacent uses would be along the columns. So again, whatever is being put in whatever is being developed has to look at what's adjacent to it, and then that's what dictates the buffer requirement. So the width of the buffer. In these, the planting requirements that we're proposing are a lot more simple. Essentially, 4 canopy trees, 4 understory trees, and 18 shrubs per 100 linear feet in a 10-foot wide section. So for every 10 feet in width, you have to provide those number of plantings. Essentially, as the buffer gets wider, more plantings have to be installed.
Madam Mayor.
All right, come on now, let him finish.
This slide is a comparison between the building setbacks and the buffer requirements. So in the instances where a buffer exceeds the building setback, the building also has to meet the buffer requirements. There are limitations on what can be developed in the buffer. Some other notable inclusions in the language, when these buffers have to be installed, the minimum size of the plants when they're installed, how far apart they can be, requirements for what species can go in, some substitutions when overhead utilities are present, restrictions on what's allowed to be developed, and then who has to maintain ownership of these areas. In our administrative manual, we do intend to add some visual aids to help. This is from the town of Cary. There's a lot of reasons in our 2045 plan why that support what we're proposing here. Even one is specific to say plant new trees when property is developed or redeveloped. Last month, albeit only 4 of the 7 planning board members were present, but they did vote unanimously to recommend to you approval, and that's what staff is also recommending. Be glad to answer any questions for you.
Ben, the new Port City Church that's been built on Old Fayetteville Road,
Yes.
that's really pretty the way they did those trees. Is that similar to what this will be, or will it be more?
This will be for the areas around the perimeter, so not the areas along the street.
Okay.
So any area that has a common boundary next door, behind, or on the side. However, I think it's important to point out that this does encourage the preservation of existing vegetation. So if there are some substantial trees in a buffer area, development could use those to suffice the requirements that are being proposed here.
Okay.
I've got some questions. Buffers versus setbacks. How does this affect the setback from the property line? Is this in addition to, is this part of the setback?
No, both are measured from the property line. So in the instance where one exceeds the other, it's whichever one is greater.
Okay. And how tall is the berm in that?
That we currently don't have any standards for berms, so our current allowance doesn't specify a minimum size. However, to clarify, we're proposing that the allowance to minimize to shrink the width by the installation of a fence or a berm is removed. So someone could still put in a fence or a berm, but it's not going to reduce the width or the number of plantings.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Anyone else? Richard, got anything? Veronica?
Make a motion.
All right.
Back sign up.
Did anyone sign up for public hearing?
Tiffany Knox? Tiffany Knox? She left. She signed up for the previous one as well, so I think she left.
I think she's in the back. Is that?
No, she's going.
One lady stood up. Were you Tiffany?
Oh, okay.
I think I'll go on to the next person, and then we'll call her name one more time before.
Yeah.
Okay. So the next person that's.
I'm gonna let her speak. Well,
Thank you for the opportunity, Mayor and Town Council.
you got 3 minutes.
I know. I'm not
Name
gonna
and
be-
address.
Annette Palin, 1181 Slater Way, Leland. I just have a question for you. I know you spoke about not having buffers along the roads. Sorry. I think that's something that we should really consider, because one of my pet peeves is when we're driving down 17 and there's no trees left in front of these commercial properties. The prior ones, like prior to 2010, you got Harris Teeter, Walmart, they left some trees. But now all the new commercial properties have nothing in front of them. And it looks horrible. And on top of that, all the fences that were put in way back when in front of Harris Teeter are all falling apart. They're broken down, they're molded, and nobody in the town is saying this to the property owners. You need to correct this. Why is that? It's beautification for our town. You want us to pay these taxes? Then show us you're doing something with our money.
Our next speaker is Connie Patrick.
Connie Patrick. Anyone else?
And Ralph Gatlin.
Gatlin?
They were with Miss Knox, and so they might have left.
Yeah, I saw them walking out.
Okay. Yeah. So I think they signed up for both, but I think they just really wanted to cover under the previous item.
Oh, okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right. I'll close the public hearing and call for a motion.
I make a motion to adopt ordinance 24-006, affirm the planning board statements that the amendment is consistent with the town's land use plan and is reasonable in the public interest.
Second.
All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right. Thank you, Ben. I'll now open the public hearing for the fiscal year 24-25 budget. And I'm going to ask everyone, please, let's be respectful for the people sitting around you. If somebody's talking, let them talk, and then you can shout and do whatever you want. But please, please let them speak, okay? Because you want everybody to hear what you say when you get up. Mr. Hollis?
Yes, ma'am, Madam Mayor, Council. We'll go through a presentation here about the budget, and as we do so, in preparation
It's
for
not picking you up, David.
I'm sorry, I'll get as close as I can. As we go through the presentation in preparation for the public to be able to speak on the budget. So in preparation of the budget, there are several techniques that can be employed, and as a town, we've used quite a few of these in our budgeting process. Strategic budgeting, certainly looking into the future and looking at things from a big picture. Performance-based budgeting, where we look at metrics such as building inspection, permit numbers and growth, and calls for service for public safety. Zero-based budgeting, not just taking everything that's in the budget and moving it to the new year budget. We look at things anew. But there are some items, you know, that we do look at a year-over-year line item, such as street lights and things like that we know we have every year that we're going to need to adjust the budget for. Year to date, we've worked on this budget for some time, 7 or 8 months, or 6 or 7 months now. Started back in September, looking at vision statements. October, some focus items for council. November led to a budget retreat. The December meeting focused on some foundational items. January, those foundational items were expounded upon and next steps were looked at. Led into some individual meetings with council and special meeting where we did a review of those service improvement opportunities. From that, creating some budget tiers. Then the proposed budget and budget message was submitted to council on February 19th. Staff did lead a open house public forum Q&A on March 5th, and that brings us here to today. Look back a little bit at the council's vision statements. The vision statements are in 5 service areas of the town. The first being internal support, looks at the things that the town does to service the other departments, as well as communicating with the public. Look at public safety, focus there on being a safe town, being well prepared for any disasters. Public places, talks a lot about the community, wanting to be environmentally friendly and having opportunities for recreation and cultural activities. The other service areas, public services, Again, focuses on the environment in some ways, but also talks about transportation and multimodal movement around the town. Then you get to business and neighborhood enhancement. Talks about the importance of good community as well as a good economy here in the area. So we look at those anew each year and make any changes to those that we may have as we go through that process. So that was done back in September. As we moved into October, we looked at some focus areas that council had. Certainly talked about public safety and the importance of that throughout the town. Looked at some fleet operation considerations as our fleet continues to grow. At what point are we going to bring some of those service items in-house? Talked about contingency money as well as reserve balances, as communication improvements and things we could do around that. And then had some discussion about infrastructure, both connectivity, the importance of maintaining the infrastructure that we have, and potentially new road connections in different places. As we moved into the budget retreat in November, we had an opportunity to talk big picture in a lot of ways. What's the plan for the future of the town? Big picture visions for the town. Talked about things like what makes you want to go and visit some other town, and what makes it nice to be able to live here in Leland. What do you want Leland to be known for? What do you want Leland to look like?
Okay, guys, come on now.
Things that we're doing well, things that we could be doing better. And council, you talked a lot about the idea of having a downtown area, and whether that be in the old areas of town or in a new area of town. But the importance of having some place like that creates a sense of place for the town. And then also at that budget retreat, it was the introduction to establishing some foundational items. And then as we went into December, we talked about these foundational items more. And foundational items, first being a service-based government entity. Personnel is a big part of that service. Certainly the obligations that we have for debt payments is important as a foundational item. The emergency contingency that we had discussed, the importance of having that. We talked about the ability to buy a fire truck, to be able to buy that truck outright. And then we talked about a road resurfacing program.
David, do you think you could go there to Brian's seat? Because you keep going out, and I want everybody to hear.
Yeah.
Is that one working?
Yours is going out too.
I don't think it's individual to the podium, Madam Mayor. I think it's the entire system.
All right, let him finish.
All right, so we talked about the road resurfacing program, and we'll talk a little more about that here in a moment. But these tier 1 items that we presented, those items essentially were additional items to what would be the normal operational expense of the town, as some of those are baseline items. Let me see if this other mic will work better. I don't know if this will stay either. I'll try to talk into both of them. How about that? So these tier 1 items essentially were the foundation of the budget. As we went into prepare for the budget, as you put these foundational items together and establish the budget there, to be able to balance the budget with just these tier 1 items added to the normal operational items that we have, a tax rate of 32 cents was required for these. Give a little history of the fire truck purchase price. The town purchased a fire apparatus back in July 19. You can see the cost of that, and that price has steadily increased over the years. But also the delivery time for fire apparatus has increased. So what in the past has taken maybe a year and a half, now it's taking several years. As we move into these other tier items, these service improvement opportunities that were presented, we presented these to council in January, all the service opportunities, and council instructed staff to go and divide these service opportunities into 2 tiers. One tier essentially would establish a tax rate at 35 cents and another tier at 39 cents. So staff went back and prioritized these items into these 2 tiers. You can see here for public safety, the tier 2 items are listed here. A couple of the larger ones there, the heavy extrication kit and the red dot system for the police. The tier 3 items for public safety were 3 additional firefighters and all the accessory and equipment that goes with them, as well as 5 new police positions, which close to $1 million there. And that includes all the equipment, the vehicles, and everything that is needed to bring a new police individual on. Again, Public Works, tier 2 items. These items are a variety of things. A lot of these are new items for the town, things that we currently do not have, as well as some operational items that we would like to be able to move forward with. You can see some demo of property, some buildings that are on properties and things like that. For Public Works, some tier 3 items here. Again, some operational items, but also some first-time purchase items for the town. In engineering and capital improvement items for tier 2 items, traffic signal review, and then some additional funding for some existing projects, Sturgeon Creek and Ocean Gate, as well as some funds there for property acquisition. The tier 3 items for engineering and capital improvement, stormwater mapping, and then some economic development funds there for any opportunities that may arise. IT service improvement opportunities, and with this I want to point out that IT is a service of all the other departments, so there's a lot of different departments items that go to IT, all of the software and subscriptions and really any kind of technical equipment that is IT related goes into the IT budget, and so you'll see a lot of different departments here under IT because of that. So this is what's that?
Is it fixed in here?
Yeah, so that's one of the things we need to do. So again, this is the tier 2 items. So the 35 cent items, and this is tier 3 items for IT. And this tier 3 includes the new position for the IT tech. So administration, planning, service improvements, couple of items, a few items there. We put admin and planning together because they have some tier 2 items, strategic plan there, as well as a corridor plan for South Navassa Road. But admin and planning didn't have any tier 3 items, and likewise governing body and Parks and Rec didn't have any tier 2 items. These are the tier 3 items for governing body and Parks and Rec. Item there of note is an update to the comprehensive plan. So we went through all those service improvement items. If we look at some of these items, both foundational and service improvement items, and equate those to a tax rate, if you look at the infrastructure, the road improvement plan that we've proposed, $1 million of that is PAL bill funding, which is essentially gas tax. And that's delivered to the town based on the number of lane miles of roadway that we have. And then $1 million of that is municipal vehicle tax. You take those $2 million and you couple it with $3.5 million of general fund money. That $3.5 million equates to about 5.1 cents on the tax rate. The police, essentially $1 million there to bring 5 new police patrol officers on, along with all the equipment and vehicles that go with that. That equates to 1.5 cents. The replacement of 4 of the aging police vehicles, $390,000, that's 0.6 cents on the tax rate. For the 5 fire positions, for those positions and all the equipment that goes with that, $550,000, that's 0.8 cents. The new fire apparatus at 1.3, that's 1.9 cents on the tax rate. You know, these are equivalents to those. Internal support, the deputy town clerk position and the IT tech position, that's 0.5 cents. Kind of all the other operational service improvements that we had just gone through, kind of that whole group without the items that are specifically listed here. That essentially is about $3 million. That's 4.5 cents equivalent on the tax rate. The debt payments, this is the additional debt payment for this upcoming year that hasn't been included in previous years. That's 2.8 cents. And then the emergency contingency at $2 million, that equates to 2.9 cents. So those foundational items, if you just take the foundational items that we talked about a minute ago, you couple all those together, that's 12.7 cents on the tax rate. So as we built this budget and we established those foundational items, right out the gate, there was 12 cents added to the tax rate beyond what the normal operational item is, because those items were in addition to anything that we've done before. If you add all those pennies up there, that's 20.6 cents beyond what would be just the standard operational items. I think I've lost my screen here for a second. Okay. All right, sorry about that. Pushed the wrong button. So with all those service improvement items included in the budget, council directed us to include all those and establish the budget and propose it in that way. Here's where that budget expenditure is tallied up. So if you look down through here, you see the different departments and divisions of the town, and something to look at is the majority of the money there is being expended in public safety. So if you look at police, fire, and emergency management, that is a little over 33% of the budget. And in any municipal budget, you'll typically see that public safety is a big portion of the budget. And that's true here. A third of the budget is dedicated to public safety items. Another thing to look at and to be mindful of is the capital improvement projects there, $5.9 million. 5.5 of that is that road resurfacing program. $400,000 of that will be some in-house and other contract minor improvements to roadways and right-of-ways. But that is 11%. So those two areas are the primary areas of the budget. And then you can see the debt line at the bottom there to be able to service the debt of the town. And all that is the general fund expenditure that adds up to $52 million. Likewise, it's required that the budget be balanced. So we look at the revenue side of things here. You look at property tax. So property tax for the upcoming year, this is a property tax based on the current valuation of everybody's property. It includes real estate and personal property, such as boats and things like that, anything that's not a motor vehicle. So, and all property is taxed at the same rate. So it's whether it's a commercial property or a individual's house or whatever that may be, it's all taxed at that same rate. The motor vehicle tax we record separately. That's just over $1.5 million. And let me go back to property tax. So that property tax there, we're reflecting the revenue that would be generated if the tax rate is 39 cents. So that's that $24 million. So then sales and use tax is another big portion of the revenue stream. The tax dollars there are monies that we receive through the state for the sales tax that is collected. It's distributed back to the town based on population. However, it's based on a population that is old. It's typically the population from the July previous is what you're getting distributed by throughout the year. And that number is set, that population number is set, estimated by the Office of State Budget and Management. So typically there's more people living in the town than we're getting sales tax credit for because of the back dating of that population number. The other big item there is fire fees. We'll talk a little bit more about fire fees in a minute, but fire fees is nearly $6.2 million. And fire fees are, we'll talk a little more about that, how that's set, and how it's collected there. So then another big portion of the revenue that you see is interest income, $1.1 million there. A few years back, that number, we budgeted $5,000 or $10,000 when the interest rate was so low. There just wasn't generating any revenue. Now with the higher interest rates, you're actually generating some interest income. And then we get the GASB report. GASB reporting is an accounting record entry. It is not new revenue into the town, but it's an accounting process. But all of those items total up to $52 million in revenue. So just to be clear, the property tax valuation for the town includes the revaluation and whatever the current value is in all of the property within the town. And the number that, and we use that number to then generate an estimate for what the expected revenue received by the town is. So that's the tax valuation number that the county establishes, and we use that. So you can see in year 24 the increase, and then you can see the growth year over year in the town's valuation. The first few you see on that column up till 23, those are year-end actuals, and then the other ones are estimates for the upcoming years. Talk a little bit about fire fees. So the town does receive fire fees for the fire department to utilize to service the entire fire district, and that encompasses area outside of the town's jurisdiction into the county and into the town of Belleville. If you look at this chart here, what we're showing is that the operational expenses and the debt payments, if you look at those two items and you look at the amount of fire fees that we collect, the town is supplementing that to the tune of what is projected to be $11 million over the course of these years. The fire fees do not cover all the expenses of the fire department when you include all the operations as well as the building and fire apparatus that are needed.
Can I stop you for a second?
Yes, ma'am.
Just a point of order, the fire fees, we're only one of 2 counties in North Carolina that use fire fees, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's my understanding. It's Brunswick County and another county in the state still has fire fees. Most other counties or all other counties in the state use a fire tax to fund the fire departments.
And right now, over 50%, 55%, if I'm remembering what I was briefed earlier, of our fire district is outside of the town of Leland.
The district is large. I'll verify that percentage, but I know that it's a lot outside, more than probably what is in the town itself.
So the delta in the amount that you showed, that number there, the $11 million, if we were able to tax our neighbors that we're providing services for, we potentially could recoup some of that money.
If it was a...
Hold on, there's more to this, go ahead.
If the town or the county employed a fire tax, it would be based on their valuation. And therefore,
everybody would be equal.
All properties would be taxed the same way,
Right.
the same rate within the district.
Right. However, we don't have that authority. That is actually, the fire fees are actually part of a state law that gives Brunswick County the right to use fire fees. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. So state law establishes what methodology the county uses, and we currently do not have that authority to do that. The law would have to be changed. A local bill essentially introduced to change the methodology within Brunswick County.
That the county uses, because that's not us. We're just responsible for providing support to our neighbors, but we can't collect on
In a
it
certain realm.
at a certain rate.
They set the boundary.
Correct. That's right, and we should mention that the county sets the boundary. We don't get to choose who we support or who we don't support.
The county establishes the fire district, yes, ma'am.
We got a fire fee, or fire commission meeting coming up. I'm gonna try. They'll probably laugh me out of the room, but I'm gonna try to see if there's something else we can do, because our people are taking the blunt.
And have been for years.
So, you're correct. So there has been discussion about that within the county of changing the methodology. it just hasn't got to that point yet when someone is ready to move forward with that.
So this type of outpouring of support and love should also be shown to perhaps other elected officials at different levels of offices where they might actually influence that type of decision.
I want to certainly encourage the citizens to be involved in expressing their...
In all levels of government.
In all levels of government, yes, ma'am.
David, before you move on, I've seen the fire fee and the fire tax verbiage. Can you give it a little more explanation? The fire fee is just a set fee for everything. Tell us about the fire tax. How's that determined on my home, for instance?
Yeah, so a fire tax is essentially that. It's a rate set on property valuation.
Much like your property tax?
Yeah, just like a property tax.
Right.
It's the exact same methodology that you would use for that. So whatever your property is. And I'll tell you some of the argument why people say a fire fee is better is because if you've got a 2,000 square foot home and your home is just built to the T and everything's great and your valuation is high, and you've got another 2,000 square foot home that's not so nice, and its value is lower, it takes the same firefight to fight the fire in the nice home as it does to fight the fire in the poor home. Mm-hmm. So that's why some people say the fire fee is a way to equal that out. If you've got a nicer home, you're going to pay more under a fire tax, but if you have a less nice home, you're going to pay less. But the effort to fight the fire may be exactly the same.
However, right now, the fire fee is set by square footage.
Correct.
And it has a cap. It's like a max.
Correct.
And so
We're at the max now.
I was going to say, we're at the max now. So
yep.
No matter how nice your house is, if you're at the max and you're not in the town of Leland, you're paying maybe $600 a year. I don't remember what the max is for the...
Yeah, whatever the max is for that square footage you would pay.
That's it.
The citizens of the town of Leland, some of their tax dollars are going to support and supplement, if you will, those homes outside of the town to create a fire department that can support and effectively provide a public safety service to them.
Right, and when there weren't that many homes, I've been here 20 years, when there weren't that many homes, that may not have been so noticeable. But now that there are lots of homes to protect, which means you need many more firefighters to meet all of the requirements to keep that part of our fire rating straight with our insurance companies, then it becomes a little bit more noticeable, and that delta seems to have grown over the years a little bit more.
It certainly has. You can see where we've increased the fire fees in years past. You look at year 18-19 there, the delta was just over $1 million. The fire fee were increased the following year. There still was a delta. The subsequent year it was increased. That was the only year in 2021 where we actually received as much fire fee as we were putting out expense on that. But then you can see since then, it hasn't changed. Even setting it to the statutory limit now doesn't meet the demands of the fire department.
Now, it's not just Leland growing, it's whoever else is in our fire district growing.
It's all areas growing within the fire district, yes, ma'am.
And to be clear then, you could set a fire tax that covers the entire district, Leland, neighboring towns, the county, to cover the actual cost of the fire department, and therefore would be able to offset the property tax rate.
That's correct, and it would be equally distributed within the fire district.
And that would require a bill at the state level, correct?
Yes, sir, state level bill. A local bill at the state level, yes, sir. All right, so we'll...
Okay, come on.
Just as a point of order, each of us represents one vote, just like each of you, and just like you came here in numbers, when you say, can we lobby it? Yeah, but you know what? You came here to get our attention. I would really hope as your neighbor, you'd be willing to go somewhere else to get their attention, because you're looking at that $11.1 million deficit just like I've been looking at it for months.
You have to go to Raleigh. You have to go to Raleigh and see Senator Rabin and Representative Eiler.
So let me repeat again that there has been discussions about this. There has been discussions about this at the county level. And it's certainly, the county commissioners are the ones who set the fire fee. And this is not just a Leland thing, this is a county matter. So it's going to take support from the county commissioners to make that request to the state level.
Right, by North Carolina law, this is given to the county level of government, so that the first step, probably before we go to Raleigh, might be just to go to Bolivia?
Absolutely, and again, staff and members of the county staff have been discussing this. It has been a topic of conversation, so it's not something that, we're just sitting idly by waiting for something to happen.
So keep a watch on when Brunswick County has their meetings and look at their agendas.
They have public comments as well.
So we'll move on a little bit here.
Oh, come on now. No, commissioners are on Mondays.
All right, so
I think that was the Belleville commissioners. They call themselves commissioners as opposed to councilmen in the town of Belleville.
Okay.
Madam Mayor.
Let's do our business, okay?
So if you look at the total budget for the town, you take the funds from the general fund. We also have funds that come from POW bill revenues there. Again, the POW bill revenue is gas tax dollars that's distributed back to the town based on lane mileage. And then building inspections. Building inspections is a pseudo enterprise fund, so whatever expenses are in the building inspections department is covered by the fees that are charged to issue permits for anyone who may be building in the town. So that's how that works. So if you total those numbers up, the 52 million, the million, and the 3 million, that's $56 million. That is the total proposed budget for the town and the total proposed expenses for the town.
And once again, that building inspections money stays in the building inspections department.
Yes, ma'am.
It's an enterprise fund. It has to.
It's not truly an enterprise fund.
Okay.
In all aspects of it, so I refer to it as a pseudo enterprise.
Okay.
The town of Leland, by statute, is required to collect that money and use that money for building inspections.
Only.
But it's not a separate fund. It's a fund within our budget, our financial system.
Right. But we have to use it for that purpose. And
That's
that
correct.
Purpose only.
We don't take that money and then use that to fund anything else in the town. By statute, you cannot do that.
So we can't double the cost of a permit and put it into the general fund, right?
That's correct. You cannot do that.
We tried that a few years ago. It wasn't double, but it was much higher, and we got our hands slapped.
Yes, so that is a law that was clarified and made certain a few years back. There were some towns who were bad actors, who were doing things to really put fees where they didn't belong. And it was clarified that needs to be run as an enterprise fund.
And you're being very tactful. So the colloquial expression might be that someone took those towns to court and the towns lost. Is that fair, Mr. Eads?
Well, a law was established because they wanted to clarify that the building inspection needs to be run as an enterprise fund. You don't need to be taking that money and essentially supplementing your general fund with that.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll give a few budget highlights here. Again, the budget has a tax rate of 39 cents as proposed. There's 13 new full-time employees proposed, 5 police, 5 firefighters, 3 internal, deputy clerk, and IT and asset position. The infrastructure resurfacing program really gets the roads on a 20-year life cycle, looking at 5% of the roads a year. It includes $2 million in emergency contingency. The police department There's 9 vehicles proposed, 5 new for those new positions and 4 replacement. You can see those other items for the fire department. It's the replacement of apparatus, the extrication kit, and the swift water boat. Some monies going to some already funded projects, some additional monies there for Baldwin Drive and Ocean Gate. Some funds for property acquisition, economic development opportunities. And then the town has a whole list of Q&As that we put onto the website. I won't go through all these and you know, go through that process. They're out there. We encourage people to look at them. Talking about the budget, you know, how taxes are charged, how fire fees, we've addressed some of those already. The debt, a question about the existing debt, financial reserve policy. The town's always looking for grants.
Let me stop you again.
Sure.
One of the questions I saw was about why do we need so much as a reserve? And I know that I have a little buffer, if you will, because I unfortunately had to put a new roof on my house during Florence and had to pay that surprise called a named storm deductible, and realized that it was about 3 times what I thought my deductible was going to be. That's somewhat the same of what happens with the town, that reserve is actually about 3 months worth of operating funds should something catastrophic happen. Is that correct, Mr. Hollis?
Yeah, so the town has a policy of reserve to keep it at 35%. A lot of that is for, you know, cash flow items, for opportunities that may arise. You certainly don't want to live essentially paycheck to paycheck, to speak that.
And unfortunately, that a lot of people do that. They can't help it. Let him finish, please.
All right, so there's questions about the revenue and how that's changed over the years. Some tax relief options. There's some opportunities there at Brunswick County and the Department of Revenue. Talked about the question about the 401k contributions to employees, why we need a swift water rescue boat or a rescue evacuation. If anybody was around for Florence, that's certainly equipment that FEMA provided that and allowed us to evacuate over 200 people.
And we were very fortunate they came here.
Exactly. Money for property acquisition, police positions, what's included in that, emergency contingency, road resurfacing plan, look at what's for small business owner. The Gatsby reporting, I just want to touch on that again. That is an accounting method that is required by the town to report leasings and subscriptions. It's not new revenue and it's not new expenses. It's an accounting methodology there. Municipal vehicle tax, what is that and what does it go for? So new development affected by the town's revenue, can you charge impact fees? It's not allowed in the town of Leland or anywhere in the state. There was a state bill that was introduced back in 2021 to allow towns to be able to do that. That bill did not get approved. And can developers build? They certainly have personal property rights and can do so. So all that, encourage people to go look at the Q&As and seek out some answers in those. Again, this is the proposed budget, a general fund budget of $52 million, POW bill of $1 million, building inspections of $3 million. It's a balanced budget. Council, happy to answer any questions as you have a discussion on the budget.
Questions? I've got one that I'd like to put at the council. I would love for somebody to make a motion for us to have another workshop and at least go down. Let me finish, please. I'd like to have someone make a motion for us to have another workshop, budget workshop, and look at this tier, at least the tier 2. I'm affected by this, 39 cent. If I can get anything cut off from there, I'll be happy. So, can somebody agree with me on that? I can't make motions. You don't count. So,
If you can quiet them down, we can talk about it.
all right.
I'll make a motion that we have another meeting to look it over.
We have a motion.
Second.
It will be, any meeting we
They're
have
all
is a public
public
meeting.
meetings.
And to clarify, before we move on, I want to make sure that this will be, thank you, that this will be a council meeting. I think, when we originally had that budget workshop, the goal was for you to be able to ask questions to the staff and it not be a political matter. We've now crossed into the realm of political matter, so I think this should definitely be something that we are a part of.
Come on, guys, let us finish. Let us finish.
And that's what I'm saying. You need to be able to ask us and lobby us and discuss with us, and that's the idea.
Madam Mayor, Council, if I could suggest a couple of dates for that meeting, possibly April 2nd or 3rd, the first week of April. Is that feasible that week at all?
Maybe the next week. I can't do it that week.
All right, the following week?
I can't do it the 9th.
So that would be the 9th or 10th? The Tuesday or Wednesday of that?
If we do it the 9th, it needs to be after 1.
Okay.
We can do it at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, that's fine as well.
Yeah, it should be in an evening, a time where more people will be
Oh,
available.
yeah,
It's fine.
the 4th is.
And the 9th is fine.
So would that date work for everyone, April 9th?
Yes, if we do it in the evening, that'll be fine.
Say that again.
Yeah, so we need a date and time. So, I mean, is that the date that you want? April 9th?
The 9th is 6?
Yeah.
That's good with me.
Instead of 1, can we do it just a little bit later?
At 6? Do it at 6.
I've got one conflict at 2 o'clock.
Can we do it at 6? We said...
April 9th at 6. Is that consensus of council? Can I get a motion on that?
I move that we hold the, what are we calling this, special council meeting?
For the purposes of a budget workshop.
For the purpose of a budget workshop on April 9th at 6 p.m.
Okay.
They're all open to the public. all of our
Everything we do is open to the public. And if you...
Even the retreat. For the record, there was someone from the town of Leland, one of your neighbors, at the retreat.
Every meeting we have, there's one individual that goes to every meeting, and, well, he actually goes to every meeting in the county.
Yep. So there was a motion for April 9th at 6 p.m.
Right.
And a second.
Second.
Okay, is there any, in just a minute, and is everyone in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. That'll be April the 9th at 6 o'clock p.m. Or 6 o'clock or shortly thereafter. Let me put that in there, because if we have a big room, sometimes we have to work with everybody coming in. Okay?
All right, Madam Mayor, Council, any other discussion before we go into the public comment period?
None.
Anything? I think we're good.
We had enough.
All right.
I got what I wanted.
All right, so we'll call the indivials up by name as they're listed on this.
Please let each individual speak, and if you agree or disagree, whatever, wait till they finish so the people around you can hear them.
Tom Mahoney. And just a reminder to please state your name and address for the record.
And
Thank
you
you.
have 3 minutes. Ooh.
My name's Tom Mahoney, 1002 Cordgrass Lane. At the town's public information meeting, it was stated that zero-based budgeting was used to create the budget and that it would result in a 70% tax increase. Municipalities should not use ZBB. Zero-based budgeting was introduced in 1968 by Peter Peer of Texas Instruments as a means of evaluating and justifying existing expenses. It is designed to highlight inefficiencies and find cost-cutting opportunities. It's popular with consulting firms and hedge funds to evaluate publicly traded corporations for buyouts and mergers. I've been involved in finance for most of my career. Let me just finish. It's less than 30 seconds. Even if you needed all these things, why not stagger it over 5 years? Allow the revenue increase through growth to catch up. Tax revenues from population growth normally lag 12 to 24 months behind, but it does catch up and can allow for lesser impact. I feel like a parent whose teenager comes home after doing something so off the wall that you throw your hands up and you just shake your head and go, what were you thinking? So that's what I'm asking you. What are you thinking?
Jesse Vasquez.
All right, there's a lot of
Jesse.
people that want to say something, so we need to.
Jesse Vasquez.
Very well.
My name's Jesse Vasquez. I live at 9719 Graham Drive. I've lived there for about 26 years and have spoken to a lot of the elderly people that live around that area and have become good neighbors. They're concerned that promises are made about paving the road and doing improvements down that road. Nobody does it. They survey it. I've known at least 4 surveys that nobody's done anything. The city purchased the park down there, or recovered the park anyway, and they put up signs that say boat access. Well, I live on a dirt road where people pull a double motored boat down to the park and come to find out there's a pipe that they can't go and put their boat in there. So they have to turn around and they're mad. They come flying down our road. My house, my cars, everything get covered in dirt. And you guys want to raise the taxes, you know, I'm fine with paying, okay? But we should get something for it. And everybody on that street feels like nobody's done anything for us.
Do we have an update on Graham Drive and Appleton Way? Or we'll give you an update, okay?
I just don't understand why they would put a sign that says boat access and you can't get a boat in there.
Okay, Mr. Hollis is gonna.
And my property taxes, okay, y'all established that my property was more valuable, so you raised it.
No, sir, we didn't.
And
do
then
that.
now they want to tax us for it. And I'm disabled, so I'm on a set income, as a bunch of these people are. Now, how can you expect people that are set on a set budget with a set amount of money coming in to cover extra stuff when we have people outside the county that benefit and we don't? What about these controlled burns? Who paid for all the fire trucks and everything that had to go out there and put that fire out? We did. Controlled burn. That should have been whoever was supposed to be responsible for standing there and watching that fire and keep it under control. I've been to several of them where nobody was there. The fire was burning. They went to lunch. General Road, for instance. I was down there fishing. There's trees burning, fire. There's a yellow piece of tape where the fire department had put it there, and then they left. So the fire restarted, and I had to call them. And then what did they do? They sent a regular little pickup truck, no fire truck.
Thank you, Jesse.
Richard Dixon.
Jesse, we'll get with you on that update on Graham Drive, okay?
Who'd you call?
Richard Dixon.
Richard Dixon on 125 Westover Drive, and I'd like to touch base again. Last year, they raised our property value. As far as I'm concerned, our property's decreased. I can't even get into our property on certain times in the schools. They only put a 1 lane going in, 2 lanes going out. People going to pick up their kids. They can't, they park in the road, the 1 lane road, so you can't even get in on our property. They park and they put up no parking signs. They're not parking their property, the people who live in there. They park anyways. Nobody's doing anything about it. Now they got single wide trailers going in there, used trailers and everything else, going in the properties in there, parking them in there sideways, whichever way they can finagle some kind of boundaries on what the buffer is. And they're allowing them to go in there. As far as I'm concerned, my property depreciated. But yet they went up on my property value, and then they went up on my taxes. We went up on your property value. We didn't raise your taxes, but in fact, my taxes went up because you raised my property value. Okay? Now, that was last year. Now this year, you want to go up another 70%. What is this? This is crazy. And you're doing things beyond your means, our means. There's got to be some consideration for the population of this town, the people who pay your salaries. You need to act on it. You need to lobby for us. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Richard, did you say it was 125 Westover? Okay.
Letha Thomas.
Letha Thomas, 109 Longleaf Drive. Good evening. My name is Letha Thomas, and I've lived in the Leland community for over 50 years. The town we have today has evolved mainly by local citizens banding together for the good of the community. One example of this is the Leland Fire Rescue Department. Volunteers gave their time to train and be available to the community free of charge. The citizens financially supported the two departments through donations, and the departments budgeted accordingly. Fast forward to today, and we do not have a rescue squad anymore, because when the town took over the fire department and the rescue squad, they decided that at some point we did not need that service. Fast forward to today, and Leland has grown to over 30,000 citizens and hundreds of new businesses, both of which bring in new tax revenue. The current budget for the town of Leland is $42.8 million for fiscal year 2024. We have some wants that come along with our growth, but wants are just that. Things that a growing town wants but does not need all at once. The proposed 70% tax increase would cost a taxpayer an extra $400 per $100,000 of their property evaluation, on top of the Brunswick County tax rate of 34 cents per $100 of property. The town manager, Mr. Hollis, has stated that the town council communicated to the town staff that the tax increase is necessary for the viability and well-being of the citizens. I strongly disagree that such an increase is necessary. One of the biggest reasons Leland is growing so fast is our current tax rate. Our community has already proven that it can achieve its goals without overtaxing its citizens. I'm asking for our town council to listen to the citizens and vote no on this outrageous tax hike. Thank you for your time.
Miss Letha, I just want to clarify, we did not give the EMS away. The county took it from us.
Hang on. Hang on. Okay. When the town took over the fire department, it had a fire department and a rescue squad that were run by a partially paid department, and there were over 100 volunteers that were still a part of the fire department. But after the town took it over, they did not involve the volunteers. They did not because now there are a handful of volunteers, and none of them run fire calls. Those 100 volunteers were given value to the community. They were volunteering their time to train and to go out for free because they love the community. The rescue squad portion of it was disbanded, and when you received it, it was viable. It was an internationally recognized rescue operation. Now, the citizens of the town have to wait longer for EMS services because we don't have that. Now we depend on the county. If we have to restart that from scratch, something we already had that was given to the town, then we're going to have another increase, which we didn't need. And we don't need.
I just want to come in and thank you for coming and being here.
You're welcome.
Ms. Thomas, I've been here for 20 years.
Okay.
Didn't the fire department have a problem with manning around 2017? And they had a surprise inspection, and there was a series of workshops I remember going to because we had some issues with keeping our, I don't remember if it was certification or there was a problem with an inspection with the volunteer fire department.
And Miss Letha, they don't make them like your husband anymore.
No, they don't. It's probably not that's anyway a different issue.
But Mayor Bozeman is correct. The county controls EM as a function of government.
Right, I understand that.
Yeah, the county.
But before the Leland was incorporated, and it wasn't a town, it was just a community. We had a great fire department and a fantastic rescue squad.
And you had it for the first few years that I lived here. However, when I got here in 2003, late 2003, early 2004.
There's always an ebb and flow in the amount of volunteers because people that volunteer have to work.
Understood.
And so that's why the fire department, again, before the town took it over, it had become partially paid, but the department was still operating mostly on donations and fundraisers.
I remember the boot drives and Piggly Wiggly and all that.
We've done that.
Excuse me.
I know where
I'm sorry. Mayor, as a point of order, I'd like to call the next person, please. Bill Lewis.
Bill Lewis, I live at 523 Kingsworth Lane, Leland, Waterbury Plantation. These people ahead of me have hit things on the head, but a man of my age, I kind of look at people and see what they're kind of thinking or whatever. But whenever you went ahead, Mayor, and you had to beg almost, and that's what we're doing, to beg you people that we elected to represent us, and now you want to hang our hind ends out to dry. I mean, you can tell everybody, thank all these people for coming out. This shows that we really care and we need something better than what you want to go ahead then and choke down our throats. And you could look at every one of you's face, just like you had to beg you to make a motion to have something in April. That's pathetic. You people, you know, I'm going to tell it like it is. I'm from West Virginia. Yeah, you people ought to respect our elderly people, and these young people are working their hind ends off 2 and 3 jobs, and you know, we are in an inflation. And then you got seniors that are on fixed incomes and stress. There was a lady in here the last meeting right there that said she got a woman 90-some years old thinking she's going to lose her house because she can't pay for it. And then for just to run over some of your staff, Freedom Act I got from Sabrina. David Hollingsworth, $241,121. That's pathetic. And then you've got the deputy town manager, $150,000. And then you've got the assistant town manager, $140,000. Give me a break. And then Dave Hollis even said on TV, small town, but you got a big ass. That's right. You've got a salary that's crazy. The police department, fire department, EMS, we're behind you, no problem. But the rest of it, you've got people running around, and 3 people in a department, and it's a wonder each one of them don't have brown noses whenever one stops and got their head up behind end. But you need to go ahead then and do a whole lot better on your deal of thinking about us. Yeah, just like the lady said, Christmas gifts. Yeah, I like my kids if I ever had one, oh, give me this, give me that, or whatever. You're going to get what we can afford from the family. And then you're taking people's money that they're going to have to set aside and save it for next year, where they might not be able to buy their medicine, food, and maybe eat some type of vegetation that's not fit.
Thank you, sir.
Jean Aversa. Jean Aversa.
Yeah, elections will come.
Order, please. Jean Aversa.
Good evening. My name is Gene Aversa. I live at 1017 West Cove Loop, Leland, North Carolina. I'm like the gentleman here from West Virginia. I usually just call it like it is. I have to criticize this council. You've had people, 400, 500, 600 people sitting here while you went through all this other agenda. Absolutely ridiculous. 400, 500, 600 people sitting here listening to all this rhetoric. There's no sensitivity there, so you really need to grow up a little bit. So anyhow, I would like someone to contact me after this to answer the questions that I raise. I've looked online and I really can't find the answers. So, I don't understand the fire department structure. I do note that the ordinance or whatever to raise the height of the buildings to 55 feet could impact perhaps what type of fire engine you purchased. So I don't understand. The other thing I don't understand is that we had a home that we bought and we had it burnt down. And we had it burnt down because we wanted to have it burnt down and removed. But when we went to the fire department, we said, well, geez, can we get a donation? And we were told no. We were told that the fire department is a profit-making organization by the fire chief. So all this discussion regarding fees and so on and so forth, I don't understand the relationship between the town of Leland and the fire department. And if someone could clarify that for me at some time in the future, I'd appreciate it.
We'll make sure somebody gets with you.
Yeah, because we were going to use it as a tax write-off. No. So I can understand you're assigning to your department heads the task of developing a budget for the next year. But why in God's name did you not review their projected budgets prior to exposing to the taxpayers? I think this council should have reviewed it first to say kick the tires before exposing the numbers to the taxpayers. Why would you permit a department head to budget over $100,000 salary increase? I don't understand. We do know they think they are when they expect a salary equal to the city of Wilmington positions. These are the type of numbers that are ridiculous and should be really embarrassing to this council. Worked on. The fire truck was ordered.
Thank
I
you.
don't understand.
Thank you, Mr. Aversa.
Okay. I have one more item, okay, and I'll leave. I would urge anyone in this room to perhaps think about joining a group of people and contributing to perhaps getting an attorney so we can dissect legally everything that we need to do to ensure our taxes don't go up.
Thank you. Joanne Johnston? Okay. Beth Martin?
Hi, I'm Beth Martin. I live at 511 Hartwood Drive in Mallory Creek. I just wanted to say something about Carly Hagg for a minute. I heard her on the news, and her arrogance really surprised me. She made a comment about how a 70% increase sounded like a lot, but in dollars it was really not that much. And I said to myself, she used the example of a $350,000 house, which is for a regular family here is about what they buy. And it turns out it's about $560. And I said, that's a sizable amount for 1 year. And then you tack on homeowners insurance and car insurance that goes up, and Brunswick County tax is gonna go up. And all of a sudden you're up like $1,200. Last year my property reassessment went up. I had an $800 increase in taxes. This year with this property tax increase, I have another $800. So that's $1,600 in 2 years. That's a lot. So it's really kind of out of control, wouldn't you think? I think it really just shows a lack of respect for the citizens.
Yep. Thank you, Beth.
Stephen Riggs?
Good evening, Leland Town Council, Madam Mayor Bozeman. I'm Stephen Riggs from 2002 Ashbrook Court here in Leland. I'm here to protest the 70% property tax increase that is being considered and encourage you to vote the measure down. I do want our tax money spent on core government functions, on our roads, on our schools, but this is not a time to increase our property tax rate by 70% when many of us have lost our jobs due to the issues of the last 3 or 4 years, and we know what they are. A lot of them unnecessary. Many of the families in Leland now work 2 part-time jobs to make what they were making before, to put food on the table, pay their mortgage, heat their homes, and they're not even making what they made before. I can tell you those of us that are retired have not seen a 70% increase in our Social Security payments. 3% maybe max. Your time and our money should not be allocated to out-of-town contractors and public-private partnerships. They have no interest in our community. This is our community. This is socialism at best and communism at worst. Please listen to the people within the town of Leland that you represent. and not the public-private partnerships that are trying to pick our pockets. And remember that you've been voted to represent us, and if you don't, you can be recalled. And another thing, the public servants' salaries within Leland is atrocious. They should not be making so much more than the citizens that live in our community. It's insane. And again, please remember that you are our public servants and not our bosses. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Stephen. Stephen, and that's Windsor Park, right?
No, it's what? What?
Oh, okay.
Where I live.
Okay.
It's near.
It's right
Okay.
down the block.
Yeah, right.
Right. Thanks.
Stephen Fowler?
Hello, I'm Stephen Fowler, 4053 Staffordale Drive in Leland. I've done some back of the envelope numbers. I didn't get all the budget items, but I've looked at how the population of Leland has increased over the last few years. I've looked at the property tax reassessments, and I recognize probably the newer homes going up are more than the average home. So I'm guessing at least $2 million more a year in revenues than 5 years ago. And that doesn't include revenues, that's just property tax, doesn't include sales tax or any contribution money from the county, the state, in services or in kind. So I have 6 questions for you. Number 1, can you account for where this additional money has gone to and explain why it hasn't been sufficient to cover your needs? 2, can you explain why when you have capital items in your budget, whether it's police cars or it's a fire equipment, you're saying, oh, this is how much it costs, but you're not amortizing it over a number of years? It seems like you're trying to have us buy this every single year. 3, a business is usually failing when unit costs accelerate when volume and revenues are also going up. Can you explain how the cost per resident, homeowner, or any other way you want to define it, has not fallen, thereby driving down property tax rates? Or are you guys just failing in your job? Okay, next, if annexing land into the town leads to additional costs, and I'm thinking of K-Todd Road or anything like that, that other taxpayers have to subsidize, what justification, even though you have a moratorium now, was there ever for taking on more land into the town if it cost the rest of the taxpayers money? 5, although the current budget did not exist last November, the issues that we're talking about here were all needed. The issues were not new. Why didn't all of you running unopposed for election bring this up while you're running for election unopposed? Why did you wait till afterwards? And finally, is this a way just to build the slush fund so somehow you can get the stadium without doing a bill there? And that's all I've got.
Steve, if you'll email me, we'll get you your answers.
Nicholas Cherisaro?
Could you spell your last name? Good evening, council members. I'm Nick Chiricero, and I reside at 1131 Lily Bridge Drive. You know, in 2019, we had an increase in the millage rate from 20 cents to 25 cents per $100 of assessed value. In 2023, there was a countywide reevaluation of property, which increased taxable property values by a minimum of 33%. Some of the properties increased by much larger amounts. In an effort to deceive the public, this council reduced the millage rate from 25 to 23, trying to take credit for a tax decrease. That's nonsense. I say deceived because the revenue neutral number should have been gone from 25 cents to 16.7 cents. This created an increase in taxes by a minimum of 33%. My property taxes increased by 42%. If you, the public, don't believe me, I believe it was Abraham Lincoln who said, you can fool some of the people some of the time. You can fool most of the people most of the time. But you can't fool all of the people all of the time. Thank you.
John Crowder.
John Crowder, 131 Lee Drive. It's time for you guys to put your big boy pants on. I am a charter signer of this town. I formed this town along with about 12 other signers, and there's a charter somewhere with my signature on it. And I think my name's still on that sign outside. Anyway, I'm here to promote responsible decisions. You need to make responsible decisions, not irresponsible decisions. Now, I want to go into some facts. And the facts are, there have been many irresponsible decisions made through the years, and the last time I was chairman of the sanitary district. The last time I came before here, I asked for a rezone of some property on Chapel Road that we were going to build an RO plant, and we would have PFC-free contaminated water. That was 10 years ago. Everybody now has PFAS free water, but for the last 10 years, my children and my grandchildren have been drinking that water that's contaminated. We could have had free water over at least 10 years ago. And to talk about the money, there was $10 million spent on this plant that we shouldn't have spent. The original budget was around $30 million. It's gone up to $42 million. Anyway, I asked you questions too. The question says, why is the town buying land outside the town? It does not make any sense. I've been told that some of the town property has been bought to block Belleville. Well, Belleville is going to be a town. They're not going away, guys. They're not. So let's stop this bickering between the two towns. Now, I started this town because I did not want to be a part of Belleville back in 1988. There was motels, run down gas stations, and even a house of ill repute down there. So anyway, we didn't want to be part of that Belleville. But now they've come a long way, and they've got a lot of things going on down there. So anyway, let's stop this bickering between the two and try to keep from blocking those annexation issues. That's one thing that I'd like to see. Also, why are we paying developers? Why are we paying developer infrastructure money? We should not be paying that. And I know for a fact there was $1 million of money given to a developer. Thank you. And
Thank you, John.
I would encourage the town, let's do something responsible. Let's vote no.
Cliff Wagner. Cliff Wagner.
My name's Cliff Wagner. I live at 129 North Palm Drive. I think y'all have heard the message from the crowd tonight. At least I hope so. So I won't repeat all the statistics and all the numbers that everybody's already done. But I would say that it was pretty tone deaf to leave everybody sitting here waiting 3 hours. When you should do a budget meeting that's about the budget, okay? And the public needs to be involved in the budget at a much earlier time. So, I mean, 70%, that dog don't hunt. I mean, we just can't have that. Everything has gone up. And this kind of rate increase is just unacceptable. And if anybody votes for 70% increase, I say we vote them out.
Lynn Ty.
Hi, good evening, Council. My name is Lynn Ty. I live at 1059 Tideline Drive in Shoreline. I've been before you a little bit, and I want to echo everything that everybody has said. Y'all have been wonderful. I'm going to then change a little bit of what I'm going to say. I'm not a long-time resident here. I moved here 3.5 years ago from 9.1 miles west in Wilmington because their taxes were killing me. I had run out of the inheritance that my parents had left me along with the house, and I had to sell and I had to leave or they were going to foreclose. I moved here. The taxes, I downsized a lot. I downsized over 900 square feet into a little townhouse. The taxes were a little more than half of what I was paying over there. At this point, your taxes are going to meet the taxes that I was paying in New Hanover that caused me to have to move, and I'm living in a smaller house. I work customer service. You don't get paid a lot. As compared to Mr. Hollis's salary, I made less than $26,000 last year. This tax, that if it goes through, I'm going to have to move again. I'm going to have to leave this area. Where am I supposed to come up with an extra $1,200, $1,300 a year? I am living paycheck to paycheck. I don't know where and I'm not even on a fixed income. I mean, I can try to find another job that hopefully will pay me a little bit more, but all that extra income's going to go to a thirsty budget over here. I have been trying, and I know doing a budget is very hard. I have been president of an HOA for 6 years, so I dealt with this on a yearly basis. It was a lot of going through each line. Do we really need this? Is it going to benefit the majority of the people? Can it be held off a year? Can we break it down into parts? Can we save some money in our reserve account so that we have this money when the roofs have to be replaced? So I know there is a lot to it. I also know that you were presented a couple of different options and you have chosen the highest option because that is what the staff would like to have. Well, just like I used to have to tell my daughter, no, we can't afford that. You guys really need to tell them, no, we can't afford all that right now. We have to work this down. We have to minimize it. It's just irresponsible. It's absolutely irresponsible from a president's point of view to do something like this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Leanne.
Matthew Brennan. Matthew Brennan.
Good evening. Matthew Brennan, 5258 Barcroft Lake Drive. First, let me start by saying, Madam Mayor, members of council, thank you for the opportunity. I'm a strong believer in not wasting people's time or saying what's been said. You've heard a great deal tonight. I will say a couple of things. There's not a bigger supporter of the fire service, police service, EMS. I don't think anybody here doubts that. Why would they? Okay. One. That being said, a lot's been said about funding the fire department. You talk about a 20-year plan for the road work. What about a 5-year plan for the fire department, for the police department? Again, it's been said, I don't want to beat a dead horse. You brought up tier 1, down. Tier 2, not acceptable. Tier 3, not even in the ballpark for a bad term. But what's been suggested is being requested. This is unacceptable. You get that point. There was a question about how many people were here tonight. I did a head count. I lost track at about almost 600 people. That gives you an idea of what's going on. The one thing we all have in common, whether they've lived here 3 years, 2 years, 50 years, they're all on a fixed budget, 90% of them. This is going to break the back of the people that came here for a better way to live, the people that have lived here their whole life, and they're asking for compassion, they're asking for guidance, but better than that, we're asking for responsibility. And we hope the elected members can hold them accountable to a better standard than what's been provided tonight. Thank you.
Barbara Baumgarten.
Who was that?
Barbara. Okay.
I'm not going to repeat what everybody said either. However, I will
Name and
state.
address.
Oh, I'm sorry. Barbara Baumgarten, 1603 Teresa Court, Northeast, Leland. Everybody stressed respect. I will tell you, sitting here tonight, this was disrespectful.
Yes.
We sat here for 2 hours going over all the crap that we've already seen, we've already heard, we've already been to the meeting last week, and it just dragged on and you bored the pants off us. I will also say that your town, our town, whatever he is, Dennis Hollis, was extremely disrespectful to most people that spoke at the last meeting. Mr. Campbell, you sat here with the disgusting face half of the time, buried down, not wanting to talk. This is not who we voted to represent us. So all I'm going to say is that this is fiscally an irresponsible budget that you've given us. And you folks were all in on these meetings. How did you think that this was going to go over? Did you really think that this was going to happen? Shame on you. That's all I have.
Joseph Napoli.
Joseph Napoli, 1767 Fox Trace Circle. I would like to say I've lived here in the area since 1978, when Brunswick County was mostly swamps and trailer parks. I'm not opposed to progress or controlled growth. But what's going on here is not controlled growth, it has to do with greed. New Hanover County is 45 cents per 100. And if you're not in city limits, you pay 7 cents, 7.25 cents per 100 for the fire. If the city limits, then they add 39.5 cents if you live in Wilmington on top of that. Brunswick County is 34 cents per 100. You want to raise the city tax to 39 cents per 100, more than the county tax, which I don't know where that is done like that. I don't know of any county like that. I have 2 things. I want to say, we always had a sheriff's department, not opposed to more police. We don't need another department with the chief. A department, one department with less overhead. We got enough chiefs, we need more Indians. I live in Seabrook. There's 400 homes in there. We pay HOA to take care of the roads.
I hadn't seen Albert. I didn't know he was here. Albert?
Albert Sykes.
give him another chance in a minute. Let's-
Okay.
Is that him coming in?
Barbara Graham.
Madam Mayor, can I ask you something
Sir,
just real quick?
I'll get back with you. That's out of order, okay? Barbara?
Barbara Graham, 133 Lee Drive. I've been here since 2007. I have a few things to air from back a few years. One of them is the Harrington complex. I don't know if that's 55 feet high or not, I don't know. I do know that all the stores on the bottom were not occupied, so we'd get a sales tax revenue to cover the $75,000 we have to pay the developer for 15 years. I don't know, I guess how far we're into that, I don't know, but I didn't think that was pretty cool at all. As far as I appreciated the prayer for compassionate and respectful, because that's what we want you to be, is compassionate and respectful to us who are paying these taxes. And for the senior citizens on SSI, very concerned about not being able to keep their own homes. That's very sad. I'm not there yet, but the way the taxes are going, it might come to that someday. And I would like to see the council have 2-year terms again. Y'all voted to have 4-year terms. I want 2-year terms. You know, we didn't get a vote. We didn't get to say yes to that. Y'all said yes to that. We didn't. That's taxation without representation. So I'd like to see that up for a vote, and I'd like to have 2-year terms back. Wilmington has 2-year terms. What are we so special that you get 4? I don't get it. Anyways, I have this to read. Salaries in 2023-2024 were approximately $323,000, increasing to 2024-2025 approximately $850,000. I think that's a $500,000 increase in salaries. Did I read it wrong? That's what I see. I went and looked at last year's budget, and then I checked this year's budget. Okay. Anyways. I'm asking how you explain the Leland employee raises and the new hirees more than doubling. Who has the authority to increase hiring and raises? Does the council vote for their own raises? We retirees only have a cost of living raise from SSI, about 3%, I'm told, by a friend of mine. If you serve the public, then why did you vote for yourself to have a 5% raise? I only got 3. Other municipality comparisons, which you said you compare yourselves to, I don't care about that. I don't care about you comparing. I care about what's going on here for the taxes we have to pay for our community, okay? And I guess that's all I have to say.
Barbara, thank you so much.
David Gandy. David Gandy.
My name is David Gandy, and I live at, can you hear me? I live at 7,000 Spalding Drive. There's really not a whole lot I can add to what's already been said, but this lady that was sitting right back here that was a longtime resident, I really felt for her, and I hope that everybody listened to what she said, and also the gentleman who was a founder. Because frankly, you guys have failed at your jobs. Yeah. You know, you failed, and I'm assuming you guys don't fail much in life, but you failed, Mayor, you failed, you're from Brunswick Forest, I live there, and you failed. You failed by allowing a budget to be presented to you guys for a 70% increase. During this process that began last fall, why did not one of you say, whoa, hold it. David, I thank you for the information you presented on the property values that's going to be expected over the next couple of years. We're talking a couple $2 billion almost a year. So this, as this gentleman mentioned earlier, he left, but what was put together in that budget was a wish list. This is what we want, but it's not what we need. It's not what we need to manage this town. A lot of people have gotten up here and talked about, we can't do a 70% budget increase. Well, I'm going to tell you what now, we don't need any budget increase. Yeah. You guys, what you need to do, and this isn't hard, but it's responsible, and you guys are going to be remembered for what you do here. Yep. One, We know how much revenue's coming in. Now, what should put down to David, to be fair to him, this is how much money we have to operate this town on next year. Make it work. Make each department really look at what they need. Make them look at what they need within their budget. David's going to have to tell them, hey, I'm sorry. We've got a budget to work with. You're not going to get this. But within the next couple of years, we're going to have more money. Houses are going to be coming online on a tax base for the foreseeable future. Our revenues are going up. So for you guys to even allow, I'll be honest, I don't want to be here. I was in my recliner before I came down here. No, serious. I don't think these people want to be here. I don't think people outside this building want to be here. You know, but we had to come. We had to come. And I don't know what you guys are even thinking back there. Really? I think your parents raised you better. No, I mean serious. I think they did. So who are you? You're local. Mayor, you grew up here. When did you go from this small town girl where, boy, we're living in Jersey or New York City. We're going to spend like they do. Because that's exactly what we're doing. Truly. You know where I'm from West Virginia like this other guy was. And you know, if we had done something like that, you go to the woodshed. I'm serious. Okay? Now, I'm sorry, I'm out of time, but you got to understand. When I saw this, I was kind of surprised when I heard about it. So I came to the meeting, and honestly, I met that police officer over there. He's a fine young man, that lieutenant is. Seriously, he's a really good guy. I talked to some of those guys. I looked at their budget. You know what they want to do? Makes a lot of sense, but we don't need to do it now. A year or two, we're going to have the money to do it, and I hope we do it.
Thank you, David. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, you got to address this 3 minutes stuff because people need to talk. Yeah.
Gail Curcio. Gail Curcio. Okay.
Hi, my name is Gail Curcio. I live at 209 White Hill, Leland. I'm retired. We moved here about 17 months ago, and I became a substitute teacher, which I love. I won't go into how bad teachers are treated or paid. We won't go there. That's another time. But I am going to tell you that I read an article in the Greater Wilmington Business Journal, and it said the average medium household income for Leland is $67,884. Okay? Now, when I became a substitute, the first day I started to cry because these little children are walking out with bags of food. Bags of food. You know why? Because their parents can't afford food. This is the truth. So I continued to ask questions. So I talked to the other teachers, and they go, well, Gail, we haven't worked two jobs. So I talked to the housekeeping. Oh, we work in 2 jobs too. I'm sure there's tons of people in this community that are working 2 jobs to make ends meet, to feed their children, to make ends meet. Now, I'm a Christian. I pray every day. And this is a great prayer you said. Mercy and compassion. Do we have mercy and compassion for children not being able to eat? Do we have mercy and compassion for hardworking moms and dads that are having to work 2 jobs? No. Do we have mercy and compassion for retirees that came to this wonderful place to live? No. That's all I have to say. Thank you. Gail.
Joanne Leviton.
Gail, thank you for your service to the schools.
Joanne Levitan, 2106 Talmadge Drive in Leland. I'm going to keep my remarks brief. I agree with everything that's been said so far. I would like you to think really hard when you have that meeting on April 9th and come back with a much lower tax rate, because I think people are on fixed incomes, people can't afford these tax increases, and I think we need to live within the means of our budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanne.
J.R. Hildreth.
While we wait on him, who was it I was waiting, we were trying to find?
Albert Sykes.
Yeah, Albert, yeah. Did Albert ever come in? Mr. Hildreth, how are you?
I'm doing fine, Mayor. Thank you. Appreciate it. Council, nice to see you all this evening. Thank you very much. You can start the clock. Oh, you've already started. You know, it's really difficult when you've prepared a 3-minute piece, and then as you're sitting back there waiting for your turn to arrive, you realize that most of that 3-minute piece, and you spent a half a day working on it,
Excuse me, Mr. Hildreth.
is all for naught.
Mr. Hildreth, if you could say your name and address for the
sorry.
record. That's okay.
I'm sorry, I'm J.R. Hildreth. I'm J.R. Hildreth, 3782 Summer Bay Trail, Leland. But what I've been able to do is to truncate this to the point that I really did want to make by coming up and talking with you about this particular increase proposed for the budget. I don't need to tell you that you're elected officials for this town. But what I will tell you and remind you of is that you all swore an oath, just like I did, to the U.S. Constitution and the state of North Carolina Constitution. You pledge to defend and support both of those. Section 2 of the North Carolina Constitution states, in sovereignty of the people, the political power is vested in, derived from the people. All government of right originates from the people, is founded on their will only, and is instituted for the good of the whole. The whole. Not a few, and certainly not good for developers and builders over citizens of the town. You also swore your duties as elected representatives, and in some cases as officials of the public trust. You swore to do your duty to the best of your abilities. As a former executive for a Fortune 100 company responsible for over an $80 million budget a year, I can tell you that in my way of thinking, you haven't done it to the best of your abilities. I submit this budget proposal, and what comes with it is done outside of that. It doesn't reflect, in my opinion, the thinking needed to be respectful of, prudent, and conservative with the people's pocketbook. You must not accept the illogic of some of the parts as delineated here on a number of occasions this evening. Rather, there's much work that needs to be done, and I thank you for making the other date, because I do believe there's work to be done. And what is obvious in the room tonight, asking you to do that additional work, is the will of the people. Thank you all very much.
Rhonda Florian.
Rhonda Florian, 2167 Talmadge Drive. In 2017, Town of Leland demanded a 42% tax increase, and there was great public backlash. So Town of Leland backtracked to a 14% increase. That was a great strategy. Town of Leland got the huge tax increase they really wanted, and they made it appear that they had listened to the taxpayers' concerns. The strategy worked once, why not try it again with an even bigger prize? propose a 70% tax increase of 39 cents, and then fall back to the truly desired 32% increase. It's a slam dunk. At the open house, Town Manager David Hollis and Finance Director Carly Hagg explained how they prepare a budget. They start from zero, then add expenses. Then they adjust the tax rate to accommodate the expenses. You don't do a budget that way. You don't start with zero and add expenses. You start with your revenue and then subtract expenses until you get to zero. If your expenses exceed your income, then you cut down the expenses until it balances out. We pay our town manager $242,000 a year, and yet he doesn't understand the basics of how to build a budget. He has proposed, according to him, at your request, a 70% tax increase right on the heels of a proposed $105 million stadium. That betrays a depth of incompetence that is truly astonishing. Yes. Hollis needs to be fired. And if you impose any tax increase at all, you need to be replaced. You need to put your budget within your means. Start by cutting 10% of the 205 employees that we have, with 18 of them making over $100,000 a year. That's ridiculous for a town our size. You need to cut salaries and benefits because they're way beyond the average. And stop spending millions of dollars on property. And stop the expansion of this town hall. So what, our $10 million palace that we built for you is not good enough? You need to cut the $3.5 million for K. Todd Road too. That is completely absurd.
Len Gregorio? Len Gregorio? Oh, okay. That's good.
Not stupid, just slow. I just want to say something. I'm going to take two. We're together.
Wait till he comes. That way we'll start it off.
Barbara and Len Gregorio, 1332 Cape Fear National Drive in Leland. I just want to say something and then he'll take over. I think it's been very disrespectful. I have been here since 5:30 this evening. All of these people that got seats, great for you. All the rest of us have been standing on the wall for 2.5 hours. Three. Well, I got a seat after 2.5. Ridiculous. Absolutely disrespectful to have us stand on the wall for that period of time. If you need a bigger place, go to a school, go to the high school, get the auditorium and do it there.
All right. And that's the wife I live with. Well, I'm very proud of my neighbors, and I want to say thank you, council. Thank you, Madam Mayor. There are a couple of things I'm going to repeat. Looking at the proposed total budget, 70% increase, and that's after a 30% increase in the 2024 budget. Obviously, you heard the word tonight. It's absurd and it's excessive. The proposed tax rate will make Leland the third highest tax community in the state of North Carolina. We do not need that recognition. And so what I like to say to you, we are facing a $20 million debt. How did we get there? What were the events? Was it mismanagement? Was it irresponsibility? What was it? We need to look at that. The proposed budget asking for $52 million will require the taxpayers to absorb the 16-cent increase per 100 valuation. In addition, taxpayers are also looking for increases. Now, we're going to get increases from Brunswick County because soon, is it next year, the reassessment comes up? And what about the homeowners insurance that's begging for a 50, 60, 70% increase? And what about the flood insurance increases? What do you think, these people have a money tree in the backyard? That doesn't exist. All right, this adds incredible stress to the people of the town of Leland. And one of the things that has come to me is you folks must think we have an open checkbook for you, that you could delve in this guy Hollis, who makes up this budget. He thinks he could write checks.
Man.
Well, I don't think that's the way to go.
Thank you, Lynn.
A new school is proposed in the budget. Are we purchasing the land in Jockey's Creek? Or is it being donated, as we discussed, the medium for the proposed stadium?
Thank you, Mr.
Finally, how can the taxpayers be assured that none of the tax increase is being used for the minor league stadium, which many of you taxpayers are against? In closing, the council is being asked to consider the citizens of Leland and rework their proposed budget. Thank you for your time.
Susan Burton.
Good evening, Susan Burton, 3479 Bitterns Branch in Leland. I started off, I don't know where to begin. Initially, I was going to try to hit some high spots on what I thought were budget issues, and no, this is impossible. The budget, if you guys were working on this since October, September, you should be, I'm sorry, you should be ashamed. A lot of people here have come out of industry, working and doing budgets and running companies. 40-something years ago, I had a $20 million budget that I was responsible for. I'm sure that $20 million would be closer to $50 million today. I didn't have any of the issues that you guys are, trying to stuff down people's throat. If I ever presented to my boss a budget presentation like we got tonight, my butt would have been out the door. I mean, it was horrible. The other thing, I'm sorry, Mr. Hollis, you should go learn how to make presentations. You don't read your slides. We can read. You need to discuss and tell where it came from, how it got built. When you guys go away and do a meeting in April, you should come back with a line item, detailed budget, where the money is being proposed, how it's going to be used. There were things on that wish list. You don't have to buy them. Go down and rent them. If you're gonna use it for a small amount of time, go down and rent it. You don't need a stump grinder to sit in the tool shed, and you're going to use it 3 times a year. There was a lot of little things that I saw in the budget that honestly made my hair go on fire. You're hiding behind the police and the fire department. When the budget first came out, it was, people were looking at the administration and the building has to be, renovated, you need more space. Well, that didn't fly. So now it's like, oh, well, the police, the fire department, you're hiding behind the damn fire trucks. If we need a fire truck to deal with a 5-story building that we don't have, that we shouldn't have because it's not zoned, then damn it, don't zone it. Or if you do, if the developer put your feet to the fire and you give him his 5 stories, then make him buy a damn fire truck. And he can give it as a gift. It's not an impact fee. Mr. Sutton told us about a biotech thing that's going to be going on.
Yes, ma'am.
Raise the taxes, and people aren't going to come here. They're not.
Thank you, ma'am.
They're not going to have their workers.
Thank you, Susan.
Okay.
Tom Schmidt. Tom Schmidt. Do you see anybody, or should I go to the next person?
Go to them, and if maybe somebody will get them and bring them in. Go ahead next, Sabrina.
Okay. Lisa Hammerlund. Mark Shane.
Mark Shane?
William Kime.
Don't forget.
William Kime, 7100 Muskerry Way. I'm turning 80. I'm surprised I haven't fallen on the floor. I'm usually in bed at 9. Also, I'm surprised there's not a wet spot here. 3.5 hours. Okay. First of all, a 70% increase in taxes is obscene and really beyond the pale. This is a community here, most of which are people on fixed incomes if they came down here from the Northeast, like I did. But I was born in Charlotte, North Carolina, so I think I have a right to be here. I cannot even fathom some of the things in that budget. First thing you should consider is austerity. That's a word that you need to really think about for the next meeting. Also, $750,000, am I right, for purchasing land? I mean, for what? We can't afford it. If we can't afford it, don't do it. Also, another thing to think about. I'm a big supporter of the police, the fire, our public works people, our building inspectors, the town employees, and so forth. But let me just leave with this thought. A United States Senator makes $174,000 a year in 2024. And frankly, that's too much for most of them, but on both sides of the aisle. But we have to reconsider adding some of the personnel. Times don't permit it. Our pocketbooks don't permit it. You've had too many tax increases year after year after year. Don't do a zero budget. Figure out what you really need. I'm dumbfounded that we've had to come back and come back and come back. You all knew how we felt about this. Maybe you didn't get the message. I think you got it tonight. You need to stop this nonsense.
Thank you, Mr. Kime.
Bob Carlo. Bob Carlo. Okay.
I'm running out of space.
Good evening. I'm Bob Carlo. I reside at 1528 Cape Fear National Drive. And I've been sitting here trying to take all of this in, and I'm going to try and crystallize this and put this into some kind of perspective here. This fiscal year, due to the property revaluations, we've absorbed about a 30%, a little bit over 30% tax increase. The proposed budget for next year has a 70% tax increase. That means taxes will have effectively more than doubled over the last 2 years. I respectfully submit that these increases may create a credibility problem for this council. That said, it seems like the recurring theme for these increases is the exponential growth that this community has experienced and will continue to experience. I would submit to you that if the costs of absorbing this growth are greater than the tax revenues the growth will provide, we're fostering the wrong type of growth, and we should go back and revisit that. I'm going to keep this short. I know it's been a late night, but I'm here to urge you to review the types of growth that you're fostering and to reconsider this budget and take it on with the same fortitude that everybody in this room takes on when they're managing their own household budgets. I will say one final thing, and I try and say this respectfully. One of the public justifications I heard for this budget was that the 39 cents would put us on par with other communities of our size. I don't know about you, but I don't want to be equal to everybody else. I want to be better than everybody else.
Thank you, Bob.
Bill Puso?
Bill Puso, 1039 West Coast Loop. At this point in time, everything that was really key in my presentation here has been said, but I think I can add a little value here at the end. I spent a number of times working with CEOs in large corporations when I was a partner in the consulting business. When they first bring us in, we meet with the CEO on his own because he really doesn't want to know what's going on, well, doesn't want his staff to know exactly what's happening. I ask him for two things before I talk to anybody in there. I want to see your org chart and I want to see your budget. And then take that back and I'll come back in a week or so. If you look at the org chart here, for an organization this size, it's absolutely ridiculous. It is excessively top-heavy, and there's no excuse for it. If you don't pare that down, you're in big trouble from the start and you're not going to recover. Second thing, when I looked at the budget, it was just out of this world when you try and look at where are the people today that you're serving. They're not going to absorb this. It's not even palatable. They're not even going to hear it. But I took some time going through some of the detail that I could get in your budget proposal. And first thing I'll say to you is the number's got to be 23 cents when you go to your workshop. And you got to work from that and push everything else into that 23 cents. Now, when I went through it, I was looking for low-hanging fruit. And I walked away in no time saying, at 23 cents, you got to be down to take $10.6 million out of your current proposal. With little work at all, I got down to $7 million like that. I didn't even look at police. I did not even look at the fire. So, have a good workshop, go for it. If you don't get there, it's going to be sad for all of us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gary Otsby?
Good evening. Gary Osby, 1156 Leesburg Drive. Whenever I'm trying to find out and understand a financial issue, I have found that the rule, follow the money, can be a key aspect to seeing the real picture. My confusion is, why doesn't that rule work in Leland? 2 examples. I'm familiar with 2 developments in Leland that were built in the floodplain, which designates a 100-year event. Because of that, one person I know ended up with 8 feet of water in her home. What if you want to make sure your home you're buying is not in the floodplain? Today, you can go on the Town of Leland website and see the Leland floodplain map. It shows the effective floodplain from October 2010, overlaid with all the latest developments. Since the floodplain is caused by stormwater runoff and gets bigger with the addition of impervious surfaces, known as development, the magnitude of development since 2010 has caused the floodplain in Leland to get much larger. The town staff understands that, but continues to show their maps as fact. Some people would say, when you tell me something that's not true, that's fraud. My other example is about enforcing legal load limits on town roads. In 2012, I attended my first Brunswick Forest residential HOA meeting in this very room. Mayor Bozeman and Town Manager Hollis both attended, made some remarks, and did a Q&A. One of my neighbors is a retired high-level manager at the NCDOT, noted that the off-road trucks on the Brunswick Forest roads exceeded the weight limits and shouldn't be allowed on the roads. David Hollis responded, quote, "We are aware of that and have talked with the developer," unquote. Remember, that was in 2012. I thought 2 months ago the town stopped the use of off-road trucks on the town roads. However, as of today, I can say the developer is still using his off-road trucks, damaging many miles of town roads in Brunswick Forest. Who's going to pay for all the repairs to the developer-damaged town roads? This is my conundrum. Follow the money rule. I can't get it. The taxpayers pay the salaries of the council and the town staff to take care of the Leland taxpayers. However, instead of the taxpayers' interest always being their first priority, the developers are always seem to come first. This proposed 70% budget increase is simply documentation of that fact and is what must change. We need to have the follow the money trail to lead directly to supporting the Leland taxpayers and not the developers. Thank you.
Wayne Haley. Wayne Haley. Jeff Martins.
Hello, Jeff Martins, 10202 Wild Turkey Lane. I believe that citizens have historically stayed out of the way for most matters involving the town and town council. Ideally, citizens should be able to have faith that employees will be fiscally sound in their decision-making and hopefully have town council to serve in a checks and balances capacity when voting. It seems that Leland employees and town council are one and the same, and the checks and balances have disappeared. If the town proposes it, then town council has rubber stamped it. This operating procedure causes citizens to do one of two things: to feel disenfranchised, thus disengaging, or if the stakes are high enough, it can have the opposite effect. It can light a fire under citizens to begin micromanaging the decisions of town employees and council. And that's where we are today. Adopting this budget will create an adversarial relationship between the town and the people they serve. This is a sad way to govern. Now, to quickly discuss issues with the budget. I'm going to stay away from the numbers if I can, but there's a few here. Town administration and council has shown us what your priorities are: Founders Park renovations, significant salary increases for the employees, town hall renovations, even though this building is less than 10 years old, and a $5.5 million land purchase on River Road that was justified, saying its purchase was completed to, quote, address the rapid growth along the 133 corridor, and that's off the Leland website. Towns don't address growth by insane land purchases that deplete budgets, only to increase budgets the next year to make up for it. It's an absurd idea. Towns can address rapid growth by not approving every zoning change that comes their way. They don't have to increase density every single time. Individually, the town can probably justify any single expenditure that I just discussed, but collectively in such a short period of time, they become a financial burden that will affect taxpayers for years to come. So I keep hearing that this budget is for police and for fire and for roads, because those items are harder for the citizens to argue against. If those items are truly the priority, then town council should have had the forethought to vote against some of these budget-busting expenditures. But the underbelly of this budget is the debt, the depleted accounts by the expensive, unnecessary purchases and the salary increases. If everything is, I've said this before when I was here last, but I love this term. If everything is a priority, then nothing is a priority. The town must sacrifice some things if they want all the shiny new toys. Leland can't have everything and put this tax burden on taxpayers. Your vote next month will not be forgotten. It will be remembered when we get a chance to vote in 2025. I don't believe anyone can win an election after voting to increase taxes by 70%. This vote will stick with you like glue.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
One last sentence, and I'm out of here. Ms. Carter, I was here a few months ago when I spoke to you in front of council, and you told me to trust you. Now is the time that we want to trust you, so allow us the opportunity to trust you with your decisions, and that goes for everyone. Thank you.
Edward Barkley. Edward Barkley.
Edward Barkley, 4770 Robinson Trail, Leland. I agree with everybody that talked before me. I will make this quick and sweet. I am very much like Gary, talking about where the money's going and to follow that money, because that's where we know what hands it's going in. And I don't know how many people in this council is anything like the Brunswick Council, but there's some crooks in Brunswick Council that are getting away with getting money from Logan Builders and God knows what other builders. But I don't know if any of you people are like that. But I'll tell you what, the people can find out, and you won't be hiding, because we'll be finding you. That's it.
Thank you, sir.
Janine Veering.
Good evening. My name is Janine Veering, 4009 Darrow Drive. A lot of people have been talking about numbers. I kind of want to take you on a journey of numbers, starting from 2020. Now, I can tell you that the population has increased, so have employees. But from year to year, I have seen that the increase in population and the increase of employees have coincided. So I personally don't have an issue with the number of employees that are here. My issue starts with your general fund as a whole. In 2020, the general fund was $20,500,000. The following year, in 2021, it went up 24.4% to $25 million. This is with a growth of about 9%. In 2022, the general fund went up to $30 million, which was another 20%. That with a 10% growth in the town. In 2023, the general fund went up 29%. That was with another 10% growth in the town. I'm finding that there's not a correlation between the growth in the town and the total general fund growth. Here we are in 2024, and we now have a general fund going up 34%. 34%. Now, from 20 to 24, the population increase went 39.65% over those 4 years. Okay? Employees percent increase went up 33%. So you can see there's the correlation of population versus employees. The general fund growth from 20 to 24 is 153%. So when you really put it in that perspective, you have to wonder what is going on over the course of 4 years that we are spending 153% more money. Now I can start with the administration salary. And I'm just about out of time, so I guess I won't get there much, but I can tell you that their percent increases for 2023, 40%. Oh. Shall I keep going? Yeah.
2 seconds.
2024, they want 66%.
Whoa, that's bad.
Where is that money going, and why are we spending so much on their salary? Thank you.
Kathy Gentile.
They need to be decreased.
Kathy Gentile.
The salaries.
Sharon Hodson. Trudy Tremblay. Bob Lazaro.
Good evening, Mayor, members of Town Council. My name is Robert Lazaro, 1156 Sandy Grove Place, Leland. I've had the privilege of the vast majority of my career serving in state, town, county, and regional government organizations. And I can safely say that over these past 44 years, I have never worked for or lived in a community that proposed to raise the tax rate by 70%. For me and many of my neighbors, that equates to a tax increase of more than $1,000. With respect to the budget proposal, I'd like to suggest the following specifics. The proposed budget raises the tax rate by 2.9 cents to create an emergency contingency fund of $2 million. Considering the town has an undesignated reserve of more than $17 million as of January 2024, there is no need to create an emergency contingency fund. In an emergency, the reserve is to help with the continuance of government and other expenses. Like many others, I fully support our public safety personnel. My dad was a policeman. May I suggest the additions to staff be delayed 6 months, which would reduce the proposed tax rate by 1.15 cents. This allows the town to move forward with public safety enhancements, but at the same time, phase in the expense. I appreciate the effort to ensure the quality of our roads. Having had a chance to review the study of road conditions, may I suggest the first phase of roads focus on the collector roads, which would reduce the overall need for a tax increase by approximately 3 cents. As the motor vehicle tax raises $975,000, depending how these funds are used, the tax rate could be cut by another ½ cent. Combined, these efforts as listed could cut the proposed tax increase for fiscal '25 by 7½ cents, plus or minus. I want to tell you I appreciate the hard work you do and the staff does. At one time in the early 2000s through 2014, when I had a lot more brown hair, I served as a mayor and member of council of what was the fastest growing town in the fastest growing county in the United States, Loudoun County, Virginia. I inherited a sewer system under a consent decree, not enough water supply, and other infrastructure and operational woes. At that time, and my suggestion is to you, we focused our attention not on upzoning residential properties or annexing more property for residential growth, but improving our critical infrastructure and focusing on economic development. As such, I would suggest the following. While Raleigh took action recently, a hard no on any future annexations that would increase residential development unless accompanied by significant commercial development to offset the cost. And a baseball stadium with 9,500 homes is not that project. A hard no with within the confines of the law, and I realize North Carolina is different, on rezonings that are requesting higher density of residential development.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you. Rezonings are discretionary legislative act, not mandatory. I will submit more detailed testimony to the council through the clerk's office.
Please
Thank you
do.
very much. I appreciate it.
Rick Williams. Rick Williams. Rick Williams. Jennifer Hendry.
Good evening, Council. Jennifer Hendry, 409 Avonshire Court. Mine will be short as well. I am very tired. I've been here over 4 hours after working an 8-hour day when I had hoped to retire 2 years ago and was not able to do that due to our economic fiasco in the country, but was also hoping to retire in July, which if any of this goes through, I will not be able to do, and I will have to continue working full 8-hour days. I am going to reiterate what one of the other people said. It occurred to me when I was thinking about this morning that 70% tax increase is absolutely ludicrous. And I've talked to people over the last month since the last meeting we were here. Nobody I have talked to has ever heard of such a large increase. So this morning, it occurred to me, and you have all confirmed it by the fact that you made another date to do a work group for this, that I think that this 70% has been thrown at us so that when you decide, oh, okay, we'll cut it down to 50 or 40%, you're going to make us all think, well, we won. Yeah. Where if you originally had come out with 40 or 50%, we still would have been upset. But this is a good way for you all to, back it down and then make us feel like you won. But I hope you do better.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Trish Farham.
Hi, everyone. My name is Trish Farnham, and I'm at 9427 Night Harbor, and I know it's almost everyone's bedtime. I just wanted to first of all thank you all. I came here for 2 reasons tonight, and the first one was the buffer ordinance that you all passed unanimously. It's important to know that we as citizens wholeheartedly support that effort because it helps create the community we want. We want a quality of life. We have to think about infrastructure in this community. This whole discussion has been a lot about infrastructure, but we also have to enjoy where we live. And I think everybody agrees that trees are part of that enjoyment. I also want to say I am speaking comments on the budget that is under consideration. And I hope that any budget that so clearly prioritizes the infrastructure of street repaving and street resurfacing also values making our streets safer for all of us. Parents walking kids, kids on bikes, older people who don't have other modes of transportation. These are the things that we also need to be focusing on when we think about how to improve our town. And that means things like safety measures, like enforcement of neighborhood speed limits. If we are going to expand our police force, I hope that is a priority in how those resources are used. Enforcement of speed limits, expanded use of traffic calming measures. Municipal streets are where real life happens. It's neighborhoods, shopping centers, schools. These are not streets we want to make faster. These are streets we want to make safer. Please consider all road users whenever you're in your budget priorities, and please consider what truly we need in Leland to have a true quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you, Trish.
Rob Robinson?
Madam Mayor, council members, my name is Rob Robinson. I live at 6017 Shore Park Drive. My wife and I worked very, very hard our entire careers, invested wisely, and planned intelligently so that we could have a comfortable retirement debt-free. Right now we're at that point. But as a former C-level executive, I fully understand zero-based budgeting. And it's not the way it was done here. It's the way Rhonda spoke about it. Zero-based budgeting, very simple. You start with the amount of money that you've got, and you start deducting from that the necessary expenses. In the case of homeowners, housing, insurance, taxes, food, utilities, vehicle and home maintenance. Hopefully you've got enough left at the end of that process to build a little bit of a nest egg for emergencies and maybe pay for a vacation. That's not what this budget is. This budget started ass backwards. You start with the money and you deduct the expenses, and if there's not enough money left over to pay all the expenses, well, you have to adjust the expenses, just like we do. You know, if we do that process ourselves, we just have to cut back. We have to live within our means. This town has to live within its means. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Shonda Blake? I'm sorry, Shonda Blake.
Good evening, council. My name is Shonda Blake at 258 Haywood Court in Leland. I came to the council last year during the summer months to hear the review of the budget. And at that time, we were discussing revenue increases. I was concerned when I kept hearing the sounds of increases coming from Brunswick County. Later, I was relieved when Brunswick County decided that they would go revenue neutral. I spoke to the tax office during that time, and they relayed to me and my family and those around me who called and inquired that an increase wouldn't be necessary with the growth that had been happening in Brunswick County. They assured me that all the municipalities should review their budget and would be secure in knowing that they would not have to increase. I took that, came to the meetings, but I was astounded when I kept hearing the council members go over the tax increase, the revenue increases. I spoke several times, reiterating the limited budgets that people had, small families, people that live in this area. We had an economic development speaker come from UNCW and even give his presentation, which showed us where our money was. Most of it is in retirement. Most of it is with people with pensions. Those pensions only hold so much. The people that are really holding up this community, and the speaker gave this in his speech, was the people, those hard blue-collar workers. Tonight, when we come and we're talking about a 70% increase, I'm astounded. I was shocked last year when y'all passed that increase. Thank you, Mayor Bozeman, for trying to go neutral. But the other four decided that we would still increase 23%. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I knew people were foreclosing and moving out. I couldn't believe it. Coming here tonight, it is a slap in the face to know that our council members aren't even questioning what comes out from who they put in position as a town manager. He only gives recommendation, and obviously from the public's view and some professionals in here, he didn't do his job. We all know he didn't do his job. We want the council members to go back, rework the budget. We don't want to see an increase. We don't need to see the increase. We want to see our money put to work within the town. You're putting people at risk. Thank you. Thank you,
Cynthia Moore.
Mayor, Council, I'm Cynthia Moore, live at 1092 Lily Bridge Drive in Brunswick Forest. Lived there about 6 months. When the real estate broker was going through all the expenses of living here, you know, it's pretty steep. The HOA fees, about $3,000, a little over $3,000 a year we pay for Brunswick Forest. The Brunswick County taxes are a little over $3,000. She said, yeah, but look, you got this town. Now, I mean, you are in the town and you have to pay taxes, but that makes up, I mean, they're lower, so it makes up for not having, you know, what you have to pay out to Brunswick Forest. Well, guess what? That didn't last long, did it? There's probably not anything I could add to what all of my neighbors have put before you today. I would just like to reiterate that the lady that said you have failed us was so right, and I am so sad. I'm looking in your faces, and you don't even care. He has been like asleep the whole time. Mayor, I went back and I looked at your history, and my gosh, what a woman. What a woman. No wonder you were unopposed the last time. Is this the legacy that you want to leave? I mean, I'm a good old country girl. I grew up in Clinton, North Carolina. And you've done good. You've done good. But you know what? Do good. Do good for the people of this community. Do good for yourself and leave yourself a nice reputation. And Mr. Hollis, specifically, I'd like to say, I'm not saying that you and the other town managers are not, what did the Director of Finance say? You came at a cost because you were so experienced and educated. Well, just take this from an old girl from Clinton who has an accounting degree from Mars Hill and an MBA. I know it's not anything like the experience you have, but I will say this. I would hang my head to know that I was born and raised in this community. I have a family and children, and I guess someday grandchildren. And they would go question all of this. And I will tell you unequivocally, Leland cannot afford you. But
thank you, Cynthia.
Eric Wheeler.
I thought he was going to dance up here.
Good evening. My name is Eric Wheeler, and I live at 1121 Willow Pond Lane in Leland. And I'd like to thank Mr. Hollis for schooling us a couple weeks ago on a zero-based budget. I was really excited. I went home to see my wife that night, and I told her, we're going to have a zero-based budget. We've been doing it all wrong. So we sat down, we put together our core expenses, and well, the drainage in our yard is very poor, so we need French drains. And that yellow pollen y'all get down here, well, we just said we got to close in our porch. And me, I got my 2 front teeth knocked out in 8th grade, and it's time now I need to replace them. So I came up with a budget. We did $24,000 over our Social Security allotment. And we went to bed that night all excited. The next morning, I called Social Security and told them my 3.2% disc raise was not enough to cover. I needed 20%. You can imagine what they told me. They also told me that the zero-based budget doesn't work like that. Now, 35% of this population in Leland, I just checked this afternoon, is 65 and older. Like me, we live on Social Security. I've been blessed. We draw down our savings in order to cover the shortfall. But more importantly, I took another look. They are not represented here this evening, but 40% of the students in the Leland School District qualify for free lunch. They're also part of this community. And I'd like to thank the staff a couple weeks ago when they were actually allowed to talk for their presentation, especially the presentation, on economic development, a 5-year plan. Now, I'd like to ask, what was the 5-year financial development plan? And how did we get here tonight, where overnight, instead of a person that has been overseeing this community since 2011, all of a sudden decided in September, a light bulb goes off, that we need more money. And a 20% increase in our operating budget goes into effect. Now I'm going to start talking faster. I have nothing against raising the taxes incrementally. I took a look at the financial report. You could answer later. But there's been a $14 million net increase in the financial reports for the last 2 years. I looked at that, and it said it is an unrestricted intergovernmental revenue source. Now, unrestricted, where I come from, nonprofit, means you can tap that for tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 items and not turn around and tax. You could incrementally tax us. Put a case together on why you have to do that.
Thank you.
But it is total mismanagement to come here and tell us a 20% increase in that operating budget is needed to operate this. And if each one of you just stamp an annual budget without demanding a 5-year budget to look into the future, you have all failed us as well.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Patrick Talbot. Linda Ryan. Nicholas Newell.
Does anybody else get nervous up here, or is that just me? Lord have mercy, I don't envy any of you guys tonight. Nicholas Newell, 2089 Blue Spruce.
Say it again, I'm sorry.
Nicholas Newell, 2089 Blue Spruce. Just as a brief point of order, so if you will, I understand tonight some have made suggestions that are not the town's responsibility, or in some cases legal. I'm humble enough to recognize that I may myself tonight make some of those recommendations. I am not an expert, but please respond to these people so their issues can be addressed with the appropriate government agencies. Our town is clearly not getting any smaller. Turnouts like those tonight exceeding the capacity of this hall will only continue. I've been informed by IT that the speakers in the ceiling out in the lobby only supply satellite radio. And while a dance party at Town Hall sounds interesting, it seems to be quite the oversight that these are not connected into the AV system in this hall. This should be addressed, please. I may repeat some things that everybody else has already said, but I tried to go through here and delete them out, and if I missed them, I'm sorry. I am a bit frustrated that the budget was not the first item on tonight's agenda. We have had, I know it's been said, but we've had double-digit numbers of names that have been called off of the list, and they've already left. I would like you guys to change that in the future. I do want to thank everyone for coming here tonight. And while I am not the welcome committee, I do come to a lot of these meetings over the last few years, and far too often this room is empty. It is nice to see so many residents here being the change they want to see. I do hope that the town will listen to the concerns and ideas. I fully believe that some valid points have been made tonight, and I ask you to have an open mind. It would seem that 70% isn't a workable number any longer after this meeting tonight, and I hope that at April's budget we have already corrected this. For those in the audience who oppose the 70%, I encourage you to submit your comments to the town on what you believe should be cut from the budget to better build a consensus. I'm not sure if it was said already, as I couldn't hear out there, but it's important to note that for every 1 penny of tax increase, give or take, an additional $660,000 in revenue is brought in. Before I get booed out of this room, dear God, please don't. We're all entitled to our opinion as taxpayers. I do want to say that I don't agree with this budget. I halfway wonder if we should change the town name to Alice because some line items in this budget came from Wonderland. However, I will say, and again, make no mistake, I do not agree to this budget, but I'm willing to give credit where it's due and be fair. The people sitting in the front of this room are not evil people from Marvel's latest cinema masterpiece. The mayor did not drive here tonight in her Mercedes, paid for by the newest Lowe's home improvement development. On the contrary, she has repeatedly shot down tax increases. I don't like being up here. I don't want to point fingers at anyone. A lot of fingers are being pointed at Mr. Hollis. Respectfully, don't. Everybody else got more than 3 minutes. A lot of fingers are being pointed at Mr. Hollis, yet this budget is guided by the council. In short, I want to know that when facing a 70% increase, there isn't $1 worth of padded extra. Someone mentioned earlier, apparently this dog don't hunt. Property value reassessments, insurance hikes, which I realize that the town doesn't control, but come on guys, it's pouring on people out here. I am the president of Mallory Creek Plantation HOA, a growing community with over 5,000 residents and counting. I am joined tonight by the vice president and the townhome member at large. While I am almost done, I've been here for 4 hours, please. While I am younger myself, I have had many senior residents reach out to me tonight over the last 6 weeks. The thought isn't lost on me that an increasing majority of our population is retirees on fixed incomes. I fear for this group being pushed out of their homes with continued tax hikes in the coming years, especially at this rate. This isn't the year for nice to haves, it's a year for necessity. I'm aware that some costs have soared. A fire apparatus costing double what it did a few years ago is one example. That is, it is necessary to expand the fire department, as currently, if a 2-story home in Mallory Creek caught fire, we do not meet standards without mutual aid from other cities. However, it would certainly appear by the mere fact that there were options presented at roughly 30 and 50% that it is possible to do less, but we are choosing services over the budget. While it may be true that emergency services account for a majority of our total budget, they do not account for a majority of this increase. We have a wonderful police chief to my right. My mother was a deputy and I'm a BLET graduate, and I have unwavering support of our men and women in uniform. I am almost done. While I understand the reasons for additional officers being requested, I do. My first question is, how quickly do we expect to fill the 6 vacant officer positions available? My second question is it possible for the town to petition to change the methodology for fire fees, as it's coming to a great burden at taxpayers? It sounds like there are open meetings with the fire fee committee that we can all show up to. Posting that on the town's website would be very helpful. I will not stand here tonight and claim to know better than anyone in this room. I know you have a fiduciary responsibility, but it's clear more work to be done. This year I paid an extra $1,200 in taxes, and I do expect taxes to go up over time because costs do increase, but this amount in 1 year seems a bit of a stretch. I have reviewed every piece of literature that the town has made available online. I have reviewed budgets. I'll skip this so I can get to the end. Last year, 3 council members disagreed with raising the yearly contributions to the Emergency Contingency Fund from $900,000 to $2 million. And this year, we're back to where we started. Just as we said last year, I don't feel this is the time to account for this, and cutting this alone would save 2 cents.
Yes.
I'm going to forego the rest,
Come on.
and I'll send you guys an email. Thank you for your time. Good night.
Thank you, Nick.
Thank you. Dan Carr.
Greetings, Council. My name is Dan Carr, 315 Dovefield Court. I'd like to start by saying I'd like to thank my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, for giving me this opportunity to speak to you guys tonight. I'm not here to badmouth you or to speak numbers. To be honest with you, I'm a simple man, and all these numbers are making my head spin. What I am here to tell you is that last July, my wife and my 3 children, 3 girls, fled the state of California. The tyrannical taxation of California was just too much for us. The finances and what we saw with the state government, the corruption that was going on, and how it was inspiring local government was just too much for us to handle. We were able to buy a home here in Leland, and we knew that we'd be making a third of what we made in California. But we knew that the taxes would be available for us to still get by. So what I'm here to say to you is that when you're reaching into my pocket, you're taking opportunities away from my children. And that's what it comes down to. And I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't. Don't make this another California. Look into your hearts and make the decision that's right for the people here. People like me, people like all the people here. Be sure you can look yourself in the mirror at night. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Kara Morris.
Kara Morris, 7383 Ruby Stone. I'll keep this short. I'm not a politician or a professional on anything. I'm just a resident, born and raised in Leland, North Carolina. My parents were raised in Leland, North Carolina, and my grandparents are from here too. And I've seen Leland change drastically from when I was a kid in just a short amount of time that I've lived. So I wanted to ask you, are you working for us or for the town of Leland? Sorry, for the town of Leland or for your real estate business? During this complicated time where inflation is affecting everyone, young people are having an increasingly difficult time moving out and saving money. A tax increase will just be another detriment to us who have lived here and were raised here, and to those of us who have moved here in the hopes of finding cheaper living. With these things in mind, I ask you again, who are you working for? If you're going to increase the tax budget, please do it for something useful, like cleaning the roads or a recycling service. On March 18th, my neighbor witnessed a GFL truck drop 2 bags of paper trash on the side of the road in front of Circle K. I reported it to the NC DOT. They did not respond. So I spent just $15 and 2 bags of trash and 1 hour to clean it all up and take it to the recycling service. That's all I had to say.
Thank you, Karen.
Thank you.
Your parents would be proud.
Frederick Beals.
My name is Frederick Beals, 1012 Stonebridge Lane in Leland.
Thank you all. You had a long night, and glad I'm not in your chair. I want to say one of the problems of any institution, whether it's a town or school board, that is flush with money is an endemic urge and need to spend it. And this is the same thing with employees, with town managers. It wants to be bigger, better, improve, and to spend the money. And Leland is no different. But I would say that you're being poorly served by this town manager. I don't believe it is your all fault, but I believe it is his fault not to look at, for simple things like when you build houses, you need better roads, you need schools, you need more space, you need infrastructure. And all these accrual items, or should be accrued items, have been ignored. And now we're told this year these things were all delayed. Well, they shouldn't have been delayed. They should be part of a budget, any sound budget. And I believe this person's services is no longer serving the town of Leland and should be replaced. I also think if the town is unable or unwilling to do so, you will find a tremendous loss in credibility and ability to maintain yourselves in office. Thank you.
Tim Walsh. Tim Walsh. Willie Gardner. Okay. Take your time, take your time, take your time. Help him, can you help him up there? Take your time, take your time.
I'm sitting too long. Y'all be careful when you get up, okay? Y'all behave. Okay? I'm a person, thank you, ma'am. I'm a person of few words. My name is Willie Garner. I live at 9523 Holly Hills Drive, Northeast Leland, North Carolina. Yeah. Now, I've been there since 1986, but I've been in Leland since 1973. And when I moved here, there was only a couple stores. And now look at us. Now we survived all this growth. And now we're at a point in life. I'm 77 years old. I had to retire for health reasons, basically. But what I'm going to say is, I can't afford no more damn taxes. I used to make in a month what I get a year now. Do you understand that? I used to make $135,000 to $150,000 a year. Not quite as much as the man over there. $250,000. Does our president even make that? I'm not against you, sir. I want you to know that. But let's be reasonable with these damn salaries. Okay? Now, here's the thing of it is, I bought that property I'm living in 1986. I give $10,000 for it. Okay? Mr. Hurwitz, anybody know him? He was a good old man. He done what he said, and he said what he done. Okay? Now here's the thing of it is, 1986, I give $10,000 for that property. You know what? My little old house that my wife finally got paid for, thank God. It's God's grace that everything we own is paid for. Okay, one more thing, then I know I ain't got time to tell you everything I want to tell you. But my taxes now is right at $1,200 a year for Brunswick County. A little old mobile home. Huh? Yeah, $1,200 a year. My wife goes down there about once a month or more and tries to pay it off so we won't have to pay it off at one time. And then we got $600 for this fire department. I'm not against the fire department. Thank God I hadn't had to call them. Rescue squad has been in my house one time since we've been there. Had one that couldn't walk spells. Okay? My legs just wouldn't move. Anyway, I wished I had time to tell you everything I would to tell you, but please, 70%? We just got a 3% Social Security raise. 70%.
Thank you, sir.
You think about that. I've been in the same church you said. Thank you, young lady.
Tom Brandt.
Hi, Tom Brandt, 1478 Cape Fear National Drive. I've owned property in the town of Leland since 2014. I built my house in 2016, moved in 2017. Since then, my taxes, just for the town of Leland, have doubled. Okay? What I wanted to do was ask you a couple of questions later, because I think that the fire tax is kind of out of crazy, and I had budgeted for years. We did a 5-year plan every time we submitted a budget. So when I came to the budget meeting, I asked the question, do you have a 5-year plan? Because I wanted to plan how much more my taxes were going to go up. There is no 5-year plan. There is no 2-year plan. I don't think there's a 1-month plan. It's whatever we can get through and what we can get. I think the idea was, once again, put out a 70% and people would be happy that it got cut in half. I think that's bull. I think if you don't stick at 23 cents, which is a 30% increase from the last time we had a budget, you might want to reconsider what you're doing, because I think a zero balanced budget is not the way they've done it. I don't have a money tree out back. I'm going to try to plant one, but I don't think it's going to grow in time for this coming year. Okay? And if one way to cut a lot of the money out is, I know that you give everybody a 5% addition to their 401k plan. And if you've got legal requirements, I'm good with that. But everybody in the town, including some people that are making a ton of money, I'm not saying any names, but 5% on a $250,000 is a lot of money. It adds up. And I don't know if they really need an increase, because I don't have that much money coming in. I'm living on my savings. So I just want to thank you. I think that you guys have good ideas. I want to definitely pick your brain about the fire tax, because if the surrounding towns are not paying in, then why hasn't a certain individual like the town manager gone down to Brunswick County and said, we're supporting them, we need a tax base from them? They do. I'm done.
Yeah. Thank you.
Does the Brunswick County give you money?
No, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Then why hasn't somebody gone down to the Brunswick County?
That's what I'm trying to do.
James Fiore.
And these are my prepared.
James Fiore, 2136 Villamar Drive, Leland, of course. I manage a large budget at IBM, for what that's worth. My first question is the upcoming meeting that we're going to have in April, is that with a new budget or just have another meeting like this? A workshop? Is it a new budget or a workshop?
All right.
Is it it's only a workshop?
Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Well, the next meeting should be a new budget. You got to make progress, for Christ's sakes. You've heard the comments. So the first thing you need is a hatchet person. When you're managing a big budget like this, if you don't have a knowledgeable hatchet person that's going to make the tough decisions, then you're not going to be able to have a credible budget. So find the hatchet person that works for you, that's extremely intelligent, and put them to work. and the next meeting should be a new budget. It's that simple. That's what all businesses do. Okay, so you got this hatchet person. We've talked a million times, and you've heard it a million times. We talked about this emergency fund, $1 million. Any of you that's leaving this meeting thinking that that $1 million makes any sense, and it's not already out of the budget in your minds, I mean, I can't believe it. It's simple. Oh, wait a minute, there might be a disaster. Well, how do you handle disasters in business or at home? Guess what? You would have to cut costs. You may have to lay off some people. Tough calls. That's business. You're running a business. Okay, so you got to find this hatchet person. The list continues to go on. Salaries. Okay, you do your salaries based upon the North Carolina League of Municipalities. You even stated it. You stated it to the news. Well, guess what? They only increased the budgets by 5 to 6.5% this year. So where's this big number coming from? Where do you get 60%? And of course, when you give the 60%, it increases the amount for the 401ks equivalently. It doesn't make sense. So the answer, the hatchet person says, oh, it's 5 to 6.5%. That doesn't even mean that the budget goes up. Because there's other things that you do. You go line item by line item. You find things that you can cut that you actually don't need as well. Fire department, we talked about the fire department, right? People aren't paying their fair share. 50% of the land that we're servicing is not in the town, right? Seeing the stats. Okay, you got to find a way to put pressure on them. You're a business person. What do? Oh, I know what I do. I'm not going to increase the budget this year on the fire department. Not until they're contributing. Oh, that's the way you do it. Yeah, that's a tough call. That's what the hatchet person does. All I'm trying to say is the list goes on. Oh, expansion of the town hall? Takes me 2 seconds as the hatchet man. Hatchet person. Sorry. It's not happening, okay? So that's what you need. And if at the next meeting it's a workshop, everybody coming there should be really yelling at you guys.
Thank you.
Don't
Yes,
do it.
Thank you. That was the last person.
Well, thank you to each and every one that spoke, and thanks to each and every one that is here tonight. Next, we've got, I wrote all over my paper.
Madam Mayor, I think it would be appropriate if you asked if anybody else wanted to speak at this point.
Yeah, does anyone else want to speak?
Have one here.
All right, Bob Corriston.
Another one, Madam Mayor.
Good evening, folks. Bob Corriston, 3268 Gardenwood Drive in Leland, North Carolina. Former councilman of the town council of Leland for the last 8 years. I wish I could serve more time, but it's time for me to move on, do something else. All I want to say is I know you guys are doing a tough job. It's tough stuff going out there, but I'll let the people in the audience know there's money to be found. And I even sent the message out. I'll tell you against the town of Belleville. 2 ABC stores, bringing in close to probably $500,000 to $1 million, could buy 5 policemen for the town of Leland. We have no liquor stores in the town of Leland. They both are in Belleville. That's the first thing that gets me annoyed. A fire or an accident happens in Belleville or Nevada, one of those places. The county can't get there in time. Who goes there? Leland. What does Leland get back from those towns? Nothing. So it's time to not just shake up our area, let's shake up the towns around this area here. Mr. Frank Williams, Commissioner, Brunswick County. 8 years on the council, I didn't see the man in the building twice. Bill Raybonds, state senator. He might have been here once in 8 years, I've seen him. And the same thing, Mr. Heiler. I don't even know his name because you never see him. But I'm saying, these people right here are working hard. Tough. 4 hours almost here. We saw many a meeting here, and we saw crickets on budget meetings and other meetings. No one showed up. No one showed any interest. Tonight you showed interest. But I told the town, I told our Mayor Brenda Bozeman to do as we proposed a couple of years ago on the council. Let's call a town hall meeting. and we can question back and forth. The town hall, not a council meeting, but a town hall meeting. Okay? That's basically what I'm saying.
We had 'em.
Thanks again, Brenda.
Thank you. Don't forget your name and address first.
I gotta take my glasses off because I can't read with them on. My name is Chris Reichert. I live at 8334 Slippery Elm Court here in Leland. I'm here, a lot of people have been really kind of hammering on, their concerns with the budget for this year. I'm more concerned with how we got here, period. I know that a lot of the talking points are, saying that we're, we got to pay for a lot for the fire department. We got to pay a lot for the police department, and I got no problem with that. When I look back at budgets, and I went to year by year with everything they had on the website back to 2016, 2017 budget, I thought to myself, okay, what are the departments that touch the public the most, that have the most influence and benefit to the public? And I would argue that those are police, fire, EMS, streets and grounds, parks and rec, facilities and fleet. Those are where I think over that time period the budget should have grown the most. It's the exact opposite. When I look at cumulative percentage budget change from 2016 to the proposed budget this year, I see police up 117%. I don't really think that's that much. The population over the time has probably doubled, so we probably need twice as many police officers, plus some for inflation. 117%, I'm okay with that. Fire, and granted, fire came in, a year after I started looking at the budgets. They weren't part of the budget in the 2016 budget process. But over the time period since they were included in the budget, they're up 176%. Again, double population, cost of inflation. I think the toys that they need to drive around are a little bit more expensive than the police cars. Fair enough. Parks and Rec, only up 67%. Facilities and Fleet, 176%. Streets and grounds that we're talking about spending, $5.5 million to repave, 5 miles of road, so $1.1 million a mile, up 206%. Now let's look at the top end. Administration budget up 510%. IT up 280%. Finance up 441%. So I think what's happened over the last, let's call it 8 years, is we did a real good job on getting everything we wanted within the government. Government got fat. And then all of a sudden we woke up and realized and went, crap, we forgot to pave the roads. We forgot to, hire police. And so now we got to raise taxes. But I would say before you dip in my pocket, you need to take a real good look at a weight loss plan, because y'all got
Thank
fat.
you. He's trying to say I'm fat.
Talking about government as a whole.
All right.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name's Richard Jucknowitz. I'm at 2464 Terra Forest Drive in Leland. You can look it up, but it won't be on the road map because I've been living there 3 years and my road still isn't part of the town of Leland, just the property. Wilmington West hasn't turned it over to the town, and the town says there's nothing they can do about it. So maybe I should cut back on my taxes, because you're not going to pave the road. And it's the same problem that we're going to have that Brunswick Forest has with the roads there. You're going to repave Brunswick Forest Parkway after Funston ran oversized trucks on that parkway and tore it up. What's the road outside the Hop? That was repaved by Funston, but not built up, so that it's all tore up now due to the oversized trucks going across there. And there's still oversized trucks. I don't know if you saw me shaking hands with half the crew going out of here. I work part-time at Cape Fear National, and we see golf carts almost get run over every day by the oversized trucks running up and down the roads there. Those roads are tore up. And to pay $5 million for K. Todd Road, I hope you guys travel down it every now and then, because it's bad. And the washboard that's on the other roads, Low Country, it's real bad. And I just sit in my community and I think, hey, there's another community from Wilmington West that's going to get developed. It's not in Leland yet, but it's close. I mean, my home went up from $331,000 to an estimated $447,000 last year in 3 years, thanks to Brunswick County. That means with this 70% increase, I'm going to pay $800 more. I'm a retired Navy chief and a retired police officer from Fairfax County. Came down here because the taxes were lower than Fairfax County. You're coming up on it pretty quick, and you don't provide the services that Fairfax County did. So you need to find a way to get better at it. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your service. Okay, I think that does it. One last time, is anybody? Okay. All right. Do I need to close this?
Madam Mayor, I think it would be appropriate for council to have any discussion, address any matters or issues or anything that's been brought up tonight that you want to talk about, and certainly staff will answer any questions that you may have for us.
Does anybody have any questions?
Unfortunately, bringing up now, there's not many people here who'll hear the answers, and I realize that we're on tape. If we're going to do that, I'm game for staying here, but I'd like to just ask we take about a 10-minute recess so I can stand up, having had 12 knee surgeries.
Yeah, absolutely. And we would like to have any direction that council can give us as we prepare for this next meeting, the special meeting that you just called
How about
early tonight.
How about we individually get with you on that?
Well, I think it would be important for council to discuss that and what you would want us to present back to you at that meeting.
The next meeting will be a workshop only, no business but the budget.
Yeah, so how would you like staff to present information to you? Is there anything special that you want us to bring to that workshop? Is it this budget that we have? Are we discussing that? What information do you want us to bring to you?
I think we should revisit the tiers we discussed originally, but also sort of create some selections potentially out of those costs that we can move and slot in to areas where we see fit, so we can make sure that we really address the core issues that we know we have to have moving forward, and then can kind of come to a consensus of where we meet with those items.
Okay, so what I understand is to individualize the items there and be able to discuss them and the associated rate that may be equated to those.
Yes.
Okay.
I think that a lot has been said tonight from the public. It's a lot to take in, and so it's difficult for me, however many hours later it is, since we started, to sit here and say, here's how I want to proceed on April 9th.
Sure.
And so I really would like to go over my notes, maybe watch the video, because I may have, sitting here trying to listen, missed something, and then I could give you some further guidance on how to proceed. I unfortunately, I've heard people say, I want to stay at 23 cents. So do I. However, and there is a however, and I don't think people are aware of the however, and maybe showing what those cuts would look like might help people understand that we have taken a look at this, and that's why we're at the tiers. Because it would be a significant emotional event, if you will, to go to certain places. It's kind of like saying last year we should have been revenue neutral. We could have been, but I'm going to tell you, it would have been, you'd be yelling at us again. I mean, good grief, you yelled at us when we took away recycling. Well, we did it because it would have cost 2 cents more, to be quite blunt, okay? And that's when we say, you know, we delayed things, or we quietly did away with things. Yeah, maybe we should have just said, well, you know what, you can have recycling, but it's going to cost you 2 cents more. And I guarantee everybody would have said, oh, do away with recycling. Well, we did, okay? So that's what I would like to at least be able to sleep on and say, and I know that it would take a lot for the staff to do that and a lot of analysis, but let's face it, you know, no disrespect to any of you, but you haven't been here. You know what I mean? You haven't been here, so maybe, not all of you, yeah, okay? But maybe if you see it over from here to here to here to here to here, you still might not agree. We can still agree to disagree, but at least you'll understand the thoughts that went into some of it. Okay?
Sir, you're out of order. All right.
You know, what I've heard tonight is,
Dave and I are in the same boat today.
what I've heard tonight is fire, police, and infrastructure, specifically roads. You know, are things that we can focus on keeping as much of those as we can. But I tell you, one of the guys, our roads are not good. They're not good. So I mean, that's something to me that's pretty darn important. And you know, I know the road. If the roads stay in, something else has got to go. Because that's an expensive proposition. But I think it's what we as citizens, and the other meetings we had, roads came up in that too. So I see that as being real important.
Okay. Does that help you a little bit, Dave?
Certainly, and we'll be ready for anything that you want to discuss that night. I would like to give you an update on Graham Road. I know the individual who brought that up is not here. We did seek and we did receive an appropriation from the United States Congressman Rouser put in for the town for paving unpaved roads here in the town of Leland, to the tune of $3 million. So it's been appropriated. It takes a while before that money actually gets to us. It may take a year or more before that money gets here. But Graham Road was one of the roads identified in that. We have done already the engineering for that roadway improvement, and we're not quite shovel ready, but we're getting there to be shovel ready, so that when these funds are available to us, we can get started on that road immediately.
Did we get the easements we needed for it?
We're gonna have to go through and obtain those.
Wow.
But the engineering for that and identifying all that is well underway.
Okay. Sabrina, if I could get a copy of all the sign-up sheets, so I want to try to get up with that gentleman and let him know.
I agree with Bill on the tiers too, because a lot of research has been done involving those tiers.
And Madam Mayor, to Councilman Carter's, Councilwoman Carter's.
Council member.
Member Carter's. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
A recess may be in order.
Okay.
Just 5 minutes.
5 minutes. We'll take a 5-minute recess. So I'm gonna count the minutes.
I can go. I'll call and give you a wake-up call.
Aren't you old school?
We're gonna finish the budget first, right?
I'm gonna tell Jessica I'm not doing the video tomorrow.
We have all these.
Yeah.
There's no need.
I don't think they even need the shock one you gave me.
Yep.
Tell you what.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm,
Town hall more content.
all right, recess is now over. Mr. Hollis?
All right, Madam Mayor.
Wait a minute, did I need to close the public hearing?
Before you do, I want to just talk a little bit more about what we can bring and what we can present at the budget, the special meeting budget in April.
Okay.
For the budget in April. We will bring granular data from the departments to that meeting so that we can talk about the finest of detail that you would want to talk about, and bring that in a way that we can identify things that are some of the givens, like I was talking about in this, like the street lights and things like that, you know, utilities and things like that, that are in a way a fixed cost in the budget, and then other items that we can discuss more readily of whether they're absolutely needed or not. How is that?
You know, I was thinking there's probably people does not know that we have to pay for the street lights, a light bill on that every month.
$750,000 for the year was the line item, I remember.
Yes.
For streetlight electricity.
That's right.
So would that be sufficient?
I think if we have that level of detail here as we go along, that may be helpful to fill in, to do that bottoms-up review that folks seem to be asking for.
That's right.
Yeah, and certainly that's not new data to council.
Right.
That's stuff that we have talked about in
Before.
our meetings.
Yeah.
So we'll be ready, we'll be prepared at that level to be able to readdress the budget in whatever way that you want us to. Okay?
Okay.
So, yes, Madam Mayor, that's all I have, and it would be appropriate to close the public hearing.
Okay, I'm gonna close the public hearing and continue on with older new business. Anybody have anything to bring forward?
Madam Mayor, I would request the council readdress item 9.2, and Mr. Andrea can probably address it better. I know he can address it better, or at least more clearly than I can. Apparently, part of the ordinance that was passed in 9.2 incorporated some of the changes that were in the ordinance located at 8.2, and you will recall that ordinance was deferred until next month.
Mm-hmm.
So we would need a motion to correct or modify the passage of 9.2. And Mr. Andrea, do you want to address it? Did I say that accurately?
Yeah, yes, that is, and apologies. We structured the agenda and those items in anticipation of the sequence of events there. So I think what I would recommend, and Mr. Eads, help me if I'm wrong here, is a motion to approve ordinance ORD 24006, amending chapters 66-162 and 66-254, excluding the changes proposed in ordinance ORD 24-005, affirming the planning board's statements that the amendment is consistent with the land use plan and reasonable and in the public interest.
I think that works. Probably for the April meeting, we can probably bring back that revised copy if we need to.
Okay.
But for purposes of tonight, I think a motion would be in order there.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
That it? Anybody else got anything for old or new business?
Nope.
Not at this point.
You better
All
not.
right, well, staff reports are on your iPads. Does council have any reports they want to make?
I just want to ask people that if they are not busy on Saturday, a young artist has done a mural of Leland, and she needs help painting it, coloring in the dots kind of thing. She said she could fix it. That's what she told me, because I told her I was never good at staying in the lines.
Yeah, she told me that too.
Yeah. But it'll be at the Leland Cultural Arts Center starting at 12:30 on Saturday. So, got grandkids or need therapy stuff.
Well, the kids can be there a little bit earlier for the egg hunt.
Well, now the egg hunt. I was thinking that when they mentioned that the egg hunt will be there, I was like, oh, we got a whole bunch of folks that can help color in the lines now. But yeah.
And Saturday's going to be a pretty bad rainy day.
But it will be inside. We're gonna be
It's going to
painting
be inside, okay.
Yeah. So I don't have no grandkids.
How long you say?
A couple hours.
All right. Anybody else have anything?
No.
Hearing none, do we have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Motion carries. Next meeting will be April 18th, 2024 for the regular council meeting date. But remember, April 9th at 6 o'clock will be the budget workshop.